Hello, it's me.
Well, you're not
Ollie.
ready to take me back to the green
For
group.
fuck's sake.
I thought I was ready, but I'm not.
A solid.
I just have to derail you, I think, at this point.
65
amazing.
month A Balus Happy Delta June. Collie
Delta
champ,
June.
collie champ, collie rave, collie rave, collie rave, collie rave,
Happy-
co bongos, co bongos, co bongos.
Happy
Olier,
Delta
three
June, Ollie.
cheer, Olier,
Happy
three
Delta
cheer,
June.
Olier, three cheer,
All of
Olier,
this-
three cheer.
I love when it reads out the fucking every word of the thing. Okay,
Yeah.
I need to. Thank you for 65 month of Baloos.
You're very welcome. Thank you for 65 month of Baloo's, Ollie.
Hang on. Me.
Hey, hello chat. Hello everybody. It's me, Eila.
There
You
we
might
go.
know me from such things as this stream. And also, I don't know,
Holy
D&D
stream.
once. It's been a while.
It's been a while on stream, but we're still going strong behind the. Hey, Ross!
Me, despite everything, it's still me.
Despite everything, it is still you. We
Oh,
are
God.
doing something a little different today.
Collie's like, who the fuck? Who could it be? Special guest Eila, this strange, mysterious person. Yeah, we're doing something really cool today. This is something that I did see this during chapter 2 before chapter 3 and 4 came out, but I didn't do it because I don't know. It just seemed like it would take a long time. But I thought this would be really cool, like a cool idea for something to do as a stream, just so like we can look back on this journey of Deltarune and be like, hey, do you remember when we didn't know what the fuck was going to happen in chapter 5? Remember how innocent and naive and waif and baby like we were, that we didn't know X is going to happen? So I just thought it'd be like a fun way for us to immediately humble ourselves in like 10 days when we're like, yeah, absolutely, it's definitely going to be this. And then within literally 5 minutes, Toby's like, no, you thought.
How is the audio balance, chat? I've got Deltarune soundtrack on shuffle, and how should be audible but not too loud. And how are we balanced? Before we get too far into this. But yeah, Eila sent me this link. What was it, Saturday? I was like, this could be fun to do. And yeah, here we are, Monday.
Yeah, here we are.
Tickle loud,
Yeah.
that might be because it's in the other room. Right, okay.
I've moved my mic back a little bit as well. I'm going to try not to get I think if I get excited and I'm really close to the mic, it's like really loud, but I need to try to remember to move away from the mic to breathe in. And shout about Deltarune.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, like as Eila was saying, this is something they saw around the release of Chapter 2, where they. Wait, was it Chapter 3 and 4, wasn't it? Where a bunch of community theories were collated
between 2
together.
and 3, because 3 and 4 came out at the same
3
time.
and 4, sorry, yeah. Oh, right, yeah, okay, I see what you mean, yeah. Yeah. Let's see, we are a week and a bit off from release, so let's see if I can zoom in a little bit, make this readable for chat.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go, that's great. I'm looking at your...
Perfect. Deltarune tomorrow. Almost.
Almost.
Okay, so our first section is tutorial theories. So with category theories, I didn't sort into a specific theme. So if some of these are weird, that's why. This will be a good start for the survey before we get into the big boys. So our first one is...
True.
Our first one is Chris will lose a hand/arm. If Chris is alone in the light world and you use the shadow crystal, then it says you thought you saw your hand. Saw through your hand.
Mm-hmm.
People now think this is setting up Chris losing a hand. There are several other references to this. You can also find a secret room where you can find similar text about the lack of a hand. That's in chapter 3, isn't it? The 1225. In chapter 4...
yeah, you couldn't find your hand.
Yeah. In chapter 4, Noelle and Susie talk about a horror film where one day the protagonist wakes up without a hand. Chris is the protagonist of Deltarune, so this would fit in line with similar foreshadowing where in-universe media like video games and books set things up. Patty's dad having a missing arm could be foreshadowing too. That's setting up
this survey really said foreshadowing is a literary device. And you know what? I really respect it for that.
Link to the form, to the survey?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
If anybody else would like to have a read through it.
Yep, I will pin that. Thank you. I should have done that at the head. I meant to do that and forgot.
It's okay. It's all good. We've been chatting. It's fine. Yeah.
Right, so use subtext, and they are all fucking cowards.
So, here's how I feel about this. No.
No?
But like, I mean, it could happen. Obviously, these are all just theories. So this is, saying it could happen is kind of a given at the beginning of this. But like, some theories have so much like overwhelming evidence that they are like basically canon, right? It's almost like you're literally just putting things together. And a basic kind of media literacy will tell you that, yeah, absolutely, this is almost certainly going to happen. Like, but I do kind of feel like for this theory, it's like there's really not a lot of evidence, and the evidence that we have, for example, the shadow crystal, I just kind of feel like we already have. I think if anything, that is showing Chris a world in which they don't exist, or a world in which they were never there. Like how the Goner kid in Undertale says, have you ever thought about a world in which everything was exactly the same but you never existed? I think that there is more of a link between the Shadow Crystal and Chris looking through it and not seeing themselves but everything else being the same, directly relating to that Goner quote than to like...
That would explain things
through
like...
your hand.
That reading of looking through shadow crystals would explain why Susie looks angry in a world without Chris, because she's not made that friend.
Yeah, I think you can definitely like. Obviously, Susie's had the most character development out of pretty much any of the cast of Deltarune, but I do think that without Chris, without Chris, there is no Deltarune, right? Like Chris is kind of the whole thing, like this series, like this survey says. Chris is the protagonist. Without the protagonist, things don't happen. And I feel like in a world without Chris, Susie never has this experience. Susie never grows. Susie never learns, and is just an angry and upset character forever who doesn't find the joy of friendship. So to me, it's a more compelling theory that without Chris, everything is worse, and that's why we're looking through the Shadow Crystal than specifically the wording of them not seeing their hand, being like, oh, it's definitely going to lose a hand at some point. I mean, it's not a terrible theory. I just don't personally agree with it.
You've talked me around.
That's going to happen a lot. I'm very good at talking.
Buckle in, chat. This is theory 1.
I'm going to try to keep it brief.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I feel like if there.
By the way, Ross, sorry, I will just cut in here because see Ross is in chat. Major spoilers for Deltarune, and I really do recommend playing it. It's maybe one of the best games I have ever played in my life. It might be the best, honestly. And it's not even finished yet. Yeah, it's not even finished. So I'm not telling you to tune out, but I am saying, like, if you care at all about what we're talking about, if any of it strikes a chord with you and you think, oh, that's interesting, but just go play, because it's so good. Yeah. And you can play the first 2 chapters, which is something like 12 hours of content, completely for free. It's got a really, really robust, very long demo, and it's really cool. All right, cool, fine. Yeah. You can hang. It's just I'm just saying, like. You know, if you're interested,
it is all theories, but it's gonna be like, I assume, like referencing stuff in the biggest spoiler that I was the Deltarune the whole time.
That's right. Okay, good. Okay, as long as we're all good. Cool. So yeah, I don't know what you want to rate this as. I mean, what do you feel about it? You know, how do you feel?
I kind of bought into it, but like the smoking gun for me is still the 1225 room in chapter 3 where Chris's hand actively vanishes. Well, the text implies Chris's hand actively vanishes, you know? That's the only one that's a real, like, that, and maybe like you could loosely argue if Catty's dad is foreshadowing, then Birdley's arm breaking, depending on how you play chapter 2, could being foreshadowing as well. But no, I think like if anything, the chapter 3 thing where you're kind of between the things, like sort of in the code or whatever, kind of thing is making you think of Adventure Time. That is true. Light fluffy stuff can have people lose arms.
Yeah, I thought about Adventure Time as well. It's very thin coded. I do like the theory. I think specifically it's the part about the shadow crystal that trips me up on this. I think if you took the shadow crystal out of this and just looked at the rest of the evidence. So what do we have? We've got secret room where it talks about the back of, you know, you couldn't find your hand. Then we've got a horror film being discussed by two characters who are not speaking about Chris or even like aware of Chris's place in the house at that point where they're talking. And then we have Caddy's dad. A real like out of left field. Like, the first two together are strong, and the second two are not strong at all. And if you take one of the strong ones away, the whole theory starts to lose its kind of form a little bit. But it's not to say that
hello.
It couldn't mean both, right? The whole Shadow Crystal thing, it could both be setting this up and also suggesting a world in which Chris was never there. Nothing stopping that from being the case. So yeah, I personally, I'll give this maybe I'll be generous and say 5.
I was going to say 3 or 4 honest, after you turned me around on it. Anyway, thank you for the hydrate, Adam, and thank you for the follow.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. Hey Tasha, welcome in.
Hi Tasha.
Nice to see you. Yeah, we're talking Deltarune theories today, so buckle in, because I don't have short thoughts about things.
Especially not Deltarune. Yeah,
especially Deltarune, I'm so brainwashed.
The you talking about like a world without Chris is making me think maybe that's developing a new theory in my head of like the whole Goner sequence in the beginning of chapter 1. You're creating a thing and then it kind of gets hijacked and we've got Chris. Like,
we don't have time to go into Goner theory. It might go into this at some point.
Yeah,
but yeah,
okay.
I totally see the thought process that you're heading down. And yeah, I love anything to do with Goners. I've been watching people replay Deltarune recently just to get myself hyped for the new chapter. And I have to say, the amount of monochrome stuff I am noticing now, it is everywhere in the game. It is crazy. Like all of the houses in chapter 2 in that one section where they're blue and red, and then you've got to like turn all of the grey houses into one of the two colours. There's just tons of little things like that where like something is grey and then you colour it in with care. The way that that one card says about it's just nothing makes me feel like more of a conspiracy theorist than Deltarune.
Yeah, I put it as 4.
I wouldn't mind. I think it's a good theory. I just don't particularly agree with it.
Yeah. I think we're doing well. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Yeah. Azrael is Dead 2.0. You and me have discussed this one. I think one-on-one a lot.
Yeah. I hate this theory.
Yeah. It's a follow-up to an older theory. Original theory says Chris accidentally killed Azrael when coming home from college. Come home early from college. Who was Goat? The dust was put across Chris's red headband, and Azriel's soul was absorbed by Chris. It's been changed now. Reality is still Azriel's dust, but the soul is the night and was being corrupted by darkness, while Dessa's soul is the one Chris absorbed. It makes more sense with how a relationship is set up for Chris to care more about Azriel. Azriel would also be the voice in the code. Chris would still need to have someone controlling them, so there is not just a meta explanation, and Des would fit. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and put that down at 1.
Yeah. I feel like we should explain.
Yeah.
I feel like when it comes to stuff like Azriel, you either fully commit and you fully believe it, or it's just total nonsense. Like, there really is no, like, grey area where it's like, oh, maybe Azriel's fine, but, like, involved. And it's just like, no. Like, Azriel is in college and is coming home. I honestly...
He doesn't need a bigger place in the plot.
Yeah. I think one of the reasons I don't like this, and I've said this, you just said we've talked about this a lot.
Yeah.
One of the reasons that I don't like this is because Azriel was the... Spoilers for Undertale. Azriel was the, like, final, true, secret ending boss of Undertale. And I just feel like, why would... And this isn't even like I know Toby. It's just literally like why would anybody set out to make a game where they just do the same thing again? Right? But, like, what's the point? It's coming home. As he's coming home. So it's just like, to me, it's just like it would be boring. It would be lazy, and I'm sure that it can be done in a way that's interesting and fun. But I'm just thinking, like, this isn't the Undertale character's story. This is the Deltarune character's story.
And Azriel is not to be there.
He's not a Deltarune character. He's not even been in the game. He's just been referred to in, like, a fan servicey, oh, your brother, like, kind of way. I think Azriel, more than anything else, represents the idea that, like, it's really weird how this is an alternate universe in which, you know, Toriel and Asgore split up, but, like, Azriel is still around. Like, he wasn't the reason that they split up, or, like, the whole thing with Chara. Like, I just think he exists more than anything else to confuse everybody when you're in chapter 1 and you're like, wait, what? So I'm playing as a person who's not Frisk, who has a similar name to Frisk, but, like, isn't Frisk, but also then Toriel's like, oh, your brother Azriel, and we're just like, wait, what? What the fuck is going on? I think he just exists more than anything else, especially in chapter 1, to just unmoor the character, the players, just to make us feel like, what is happening here? And I don't think he's gonna have. I mean, I'm sure in chapter 6 and beyond, he will have significance to the narrative because he clearly knows it's a very deep game.
This is what we're saying, Ross. Play the game.
It's so good. It really is.
Once chapter 6 and 7 are out, once the game is, like, fully complete, I'm gonna pitch it for Games Club. Maybe.
I'd love that. I would. Yeah. I mean, obviously, I'd love that. It's stupid to even mention it.
I want to do a downloading. Hell yeah!
Oh, dude, that's so exciting. Play Undertale first. No, I'm joking. You will get more out of it if you play Undertale first, but it's free to play chapter 1 and 2. So
yeah, don't feel obligated to, but, like,
don't feel obligated. You'll understand it more if you play Undertale first. But we are literally sat here arguing about the fact that Undertale probably isn't going to be as relevant as people want it to be. So I think you can skip it. It will suggest that you play Undertale first. I will also suggest that you play Undertale first, but there's no obligation to. Anyway, yes, Azriel is not dead. I don't believe it. Let Azriel rest. He had his
big moment. This is not his story anymore. This is a story he happens to be on the tertiary of.
It's actually easier than you'd think, Adam.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. There are some really hard fights in it, but I think by the time that you get to them, the game has been so good at, like, teaching you everything that you need to know. Like, it was my first ever, like, bullet hell kind of game of that type, and I really didn't have a terrible time with it. I think it's very accessible.
It gets a little confusing going back from Deltarune to Undertale, because just because of the graze mechanics, I play Undertale a lot more recklessly, accidentally.
True. Oh my god, me too, man. Me too, Ross. Yeah. Yeah, I can understand that being a problem then, Adam. All I'd say is give it a try, you know? You never know until you try, and it's not like you lose anything for dying. You can just kind of restart and keep going. The game isn't very punishing when you die, so if you or you know, if you really can't, you know, if you really struggle with it, there's lots and lots of playthroughs on YouTube if you ever want to like watch a particular moment or a particular fight or learn anything. You know, there's plenty of games that I've watched instead of played, and I don't feel any less like I've enjoyed them for that experience. So, you know, if that's something that is kind of a stressful. Watch the Coley VOD. Yeah, did you play Undertale? I don't remember if you played Undertale or not. Yeah. But anyway, sorry. Let's move on. So yeah, Azrael is dead. Absolutely not. 100%. He's alive. He is deadn't.
Didn't.
And I would
think
hate
if
this
the theory was true? It would be good, preferable.
I would be so upset.
It would be disappointing, I think.
Yeah.
What? Sorry, I just read the next one. What?
Oh, hang on. Asgore will.
No.
Okay. Read this one out.
In Undertale, if you reload your neutral save file and spare Asgore, then he'll kill himself out of sacrifice. People think something similar will happen again with Asgore. He's currently in a bad life situation and seems to be in on the hometown conspiracy for desperate needs. This could eventually be building up to this moment. It's already being hinted that the next Dark World is a flower shop. This is only fitting.
Oh man.
No!
I didn't know that Asgore did that in Undertale.
Me neither,
I'm always
honestly.
learning more about this game. It's crazy. Honestly, that is solid evidence, but I don't think it's going to happen, but like, that's a solid theory. I can't deny. But again, I don't think he'd do the same thing twice. I just... And again, it's not even like it's because I know him so well. It's just like just from myself, as a creator, like, as a person who makes stuff myself, I'm not going to be interested in just like rehashing the same storylines again. I think people really, really want things to happen the same way so that they can be like, oh, it's a reference, it's a callback, but like,
How much did you all love it when George Lucas said it's like it's poetry, it rhymes with Star Wars?
Yeah. yeah. I mean, it's like, so in the 10th anniversary stream of Undertale, I sent you a screenshot of this because it really resonated with me when he said, like, the joke is only funny the first time. If you keep telling the same joke over and over again, there is like a 10,000% chance that it loses all fun, like all comedy to it. Obviously, I'm paraphrasing. I don't fully remember the quote, but it's
yeah.
The meaning behind it was not lost on me because it's so how I feel whenever anything gets really popular and it's always quoted all the time. Like Steamed Hams was a big one for me. Like, yeah, it was funny the first time. It was funny for a while, but I just feel like at a certain point it's like, can we be done with, can I just say Aurora Borealis without somebody, you know, can I say steamed anything without somebody just fucking referencing it?
I will admit, Steamed Hams still works for me, but that's just because of how much people iterated on it. Like, they did some truly creative things with it. But
I loved watching all of those.
Yeah,
I did.
Like a live action short film, like My Dinner with Thingy parody. That was really good. Anyway.
But you understand how, like, that kind of play on it, being, like, creative and doing something funny with the medium, is very different than just saying it, than just saying Steamed Hams. That's what I'm talking about. Like,
I get you.
You can iterate on something and make it funnier, but, like, I think from a creative standpoint, I don't understand why a creator would want to repeat themselves. They said it, they did it. Let's do something interesting. Let's do something new, And also, just from the nature of being a person, I am very sure that like Toby is a different person then than he is now. I feel, I feel like that's not like a crazy statement to make. And I just don't see him thinking about these characters maybe in the same way that he did when he made Undertale. Like I just think there's just nothing about it that makes me think, oh yeah, absolutely it's going to happen because it happened before. If anything, that makes me less likely to think it's going to happen because it happened before.
I think if nothing else, I feel like we've seen Asgore through chapters 1 through 4 become sort of desperate and obsessive in trying to win Toriel back, in trying to unravel this conspiracy. I think his story ends with him coming to terms with it, accepting that it's lost, and him either moving on or just in him moving on or finding peace with it.
Completely agree.
Huh?
I completely agree.
I don't think this is the ending. Okay, cool.
What did he say? I was thinking. Hang on.
Have you seen Toriel? I'll be doing the same thing.
Man, don't even go there. I think Undertale's made it very different from Deltarune. Give me now that Deltarune was the original inspiration dream. Yeah, till it falls off, Collie. Till it falls off. That's all I'm saying. All day, all night, Toriel. I think, yeah, you're right, Adam. It's like Undertale was the like prototype for Deltarune, but I don't think that necessarily means that it was a story prototype. I think it was just him figuring out where he, how he could tell this story that he wanted to tell, and like the gameplay behind it and all these ideas that he had. Like, and not to say that Undertale isn't a fantastic game, because it really truly, like, it really is. It's, again, one of my top 5 ever.
Dude made a game that redefined the genre just to see if he could make the game he wanted to make.
Yeah, that's totally right. Yes, I think you're right, Adam. And when you play, that's part of what makes Chapter 1 so good for me, is because you have all these references to Undertale, but it's not Undertale. But you're kind of led, like, you're led to think, wait, is this Undertale? Like, what am I doing here? Is this a sequel? Is this a prequel? What's going on? But there's so many weird factors to it that you're just like, I don't know where we stand in the timeline on this. And then obviously, like, Toby has since kind of clarified, it is an alternate universe. It's not. It's a parallel story, I think, is how he described it.
Yeah.
So actually, it's not Undertale, and that does mean that the characters won't necessarily behave the same way that they did. Kind of like, I don't know, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. Spoilers for Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask.
Anyway, I'm giving this one a 1 as well, because
yeah.
I also just think, like, I feel like the King of Monsters sacrificing himself is tonally very different from my dad's just killed himself. Like, that's my dad who runs the flower shop just killed himself. That is a...
Oh my god, I can't believe that I didn't... Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, how are you today, Chris? Well, my daddy just stabbed himself.
In front of me.
Mm-hmm. Insane. Alright. Oh, I like this next one, because I kind of came up with this myself, independently.
Hometown is a cult. I'm currently chewing an M&M, which is... I'm chewing an M&M, please.
Hometown feels very closed off from the rest of the world. The internet is down now. The TV is only showing reruns. All monster except for one human too. the hometown religion is a very specific religion and not really Christianity or something. Yeah, it is explained that they don't have any sin. Oh, that actually comes up in the theory. I should just keep reading. This could be a local religion, some sort of cult even. It explains why big events have been brushed aside because everyone is just in on it. Toriel mentions sinning when requesting that Chris and Susie should come to the church, but the religion in hometown has no sins according to Father Alvin. This could mean she actually converted to this smaller religion. I don't agree with that, but it being a cult is why there is a shelter so close to the town. That could be true. Based on the symbols on the door, the ones with access are the police, the mayor, and somebody working in the church. It makes sense for those in power to have access to, which means the church has something to do with the need for a shelter. I think it's so interesting that the light world doesn't seem to know anything about the prophecy. Like, everything
outside
that they have...
of Gerson, though.
It's really vague. Well, you say outside of Gerson, I mean, I know that... I guess the Lord of the Hammer was written kind of based on the prophecy.
Yeah.
But, like... Susie didn't know anything about it. And obviously, I know it's not like... Susie didn't go to church, so that's, like, not the best argument for it.
Yeah.
But I do just kind of feel like... I think it's even said somewhere that, like, the prophecy only exists in the Dark World. Am I tripping? Or do I remember something like that happening in Chapter 4?
I'm not sure. I'm replaying the chapter at the moment. I need to re-record the second half of Chapter 4 stream with Parry, because I was bad at cataloguing.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think... So here's what here's where I'm at with it. The only reason that I don't think it's a cult are because Toriel and Alvin are involved, and obviously Alvin is very new to he's not in Undertale, he's only in Deltarune, so it's very difficult to get like a real good, and we've only got like 6 lines of dialogue from the guy, so it's very difficult to like really get a fine point on his personality. But in a game that has such big personalities, and like even one line of dialogue can tell you pretty much everything you need to know straight away, I do feel like Alvin is like a very... He comes across as a very reserved, very like formal kind of person who doesn't really bother themselves with like, superstition and nonsense, and like isn't very... It's just kind of boring. A very plain kind of... This is my role, this is the church, I work here. And so he doesn't strike me as like a cult type. And it's the same for Toriel, like obviously she kind of leads the choir and she's obviously very, very, very deeply involved in the church, but she just kind of gives me like Christian mom vibes. She doesn't give me like secret cultist vibes. And I feel that much more strongly because I know her so well from playing Undertale. I just don't see her as being, I don't think that the town is secretly in on anything. I do think that there is a cult in town. And I do think that they do run in the shelter. But I don't necessarily think that it's not the whole church. I think it's like maybe a select couple of people. I think I said to you, like, you can pretty much imagine any of the characters of Deltarune with like an evil heel turn smirk on their face. You can pretty much imagine it of anybody. So I don't really want to rule anybody out. But at the same time, I don't really think I agree with this.
Yeah, I have no... I feel like the evidence is lacking for this one compared to others we've already seen. So I have no strong horses in this race, personally.
Yeah.
No strong snails in this thunder.
Good. They do sing about a prophecy core. They do that, and they also know about the angel. We know that Noelle went as the angel one year, for like, I don't know, is it Halloween or something?
Yeah.
And loved the angel wings so much that she kept them on and kept wearing them, you know, as like a childish thing. So we know that they have an angel in their prophecy, much like there is an angel in the Dark World prophecy. But I don't necessarily think that the Dark World and the Light World prophecy are the same prophecy. And I don't necessarily think that the Dark World, like, I don't think that the Light World prophecy is as specific and robust as the Dark World one. Like, going through the Dark World in Chapter 4 and seeing all of those, like, crazy panels, like, some of them are so specific. And I just don't think that... Obviously, we only have Catty's telling to go off of, and she's not a very reliable narrator. But she doesn't really... It doesn't really strike me as, like, oh, specifically this is going to happen, then specifically this is going to happen. And the Dark World is all about specifics. It's all about this will definitely specifically happen in this way. But she's like, I think there's, like, a guy with horns at some point. And it's like, Catty, honey, did you pay any attention? And I just don't think that it's... They're not specific enough, you know? There's like a difference between the Light World and the Dark World when it comes to religion and prophecy. Yeah. And that's how I feel about it. That's my stance on it. We got ads. So okay. Let's give this a rating then.
I'm floating around 3 or 4 personally.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the thing is, I think it's a good theory. I just don't agree with it. So yeah. It's like I don't really know how to rate that. I think I'll give it a 4, and then I will say like, I think I would say like I would not care.
Yeah.
Because I think it would be cool. I'll be really interested in knowing like how that comes together. If that is the case, I would be really interested in like why that happened, or how that happened, or when that, you know, all of those good questions.
Yeah.
But when you look at it right now, it's like I can't really see it.
It will become so clear at the beginning of Chapter 5, and we'll look like idiots.
Yeah. By the way, Chris, did you know we're a cult?
By the way, Chris.
Yeah. Well, hey, it's me, your dad, Asgore. We gotta go to church because we're all cultists now. Yeah, thanks, Asgore. And then I'm gonna kill myself. Amazing. Next one.
So is that your brother's ashes on your headband?
Hey, your headband! It looks like it's covered in piles of dust.
Okay.
Oh man. Fucking hell.
Hometown is closed off in some way, but not necessarily a cult.
I mean, yeah, that's just true.
Hometown feels very closed off from the rest of the world. The internet is down now, the TV is only showing reruns. TV could be showing new programs, but it's not. All monsters except for one human too. The hometown religion is a very specific religion and not really Christianity or something. These could be signs for hometown being it's not really a theory.
It's just that there's also the police barrier that's quite literally blocking access out of town.
I think it's just going to be a big park where they hold the festival.
Yeah, I think so too. But if you look at it right now,
yeah,
there is a police barrier which is blocking the only road out of town. So yeah, it quite literally is closed off. I actually didn't realise that the TV is only showing reruns. Is that... Where is that explained?
I don't know. That's what I'm wondering. Maybe when they're watching the monster movie marathon? Maybe it gets referenced like on the side, but a movie marathon channel is not explicitly all TV is reruns. There must be more that neither of us have like really clocked.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the Deltarune, my favourite resource, the Deltarune dialogue dump. I'm gonna look up reruns, but yeah, feel free to like just rate this one in the background while I'm.
While you're doing that, I'll just fill you in. Ross just said, "What even is Susie?" So I just said a worm with stunning hair.
You're not wrong. Why don't we do a rerun? More reruns. All that I've been broadcasting is the same reruns over and over. Okay, so that's what Tenor says that.
Tenor's been unplugged for a majority
of
time.
I don't have anything anyone wants to watch anymore. I'm irrelevant. I'm junk. I don't want to be thrown away. Yeah, this is his breakdown at the end of the chapter. Him not showing original programming is not every single TV in town.
It's not indicative of hometown, yeah.
So, I don't know about that. But everything else, yeah, totally. Internet's down. Yeah, roads out of town is blocked. I'm gonna give that a 9. I think there's not really, yeah, and I would not be surprised if it's true. That's what I'm going with that.
It literally is the case. We have been presented this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
this is a lot of text.
I was so convinced about Woody Theory, which I've just realised is just the worst name for that. Woody Theory means something so different in another context. Anyway, yeah.
This is an updated version of Woody Theory. The idea there'll be a cowboy from a cancelled western in Chapter 3. Oh, hang on, Black Map just started on... What started all this was when Toby talked about something they scrapped that ended up actually just being reworked. He said that's how cowboy shows go, I guess. People thought he was hinting at a secret boss. Toby has made similar references to Toy Story, the Friend Inside Me Tumblr post.
Friend Inside Me.
Friend Inside Me. Pregnant Bee, I don't know that one. A mention of Toy Story in concept art he drew. Toy Story 5 Twitter post. It shows that clearly the films have inspired him. His character was not a boss in Chapter 3, but now there are actual in-game references to a cancelled cowboy show. In the third, now cut Tenor board, one of the questions was about Asgore's favourite cowboy puppet show, and Tenor is surprised to learn that it was cancelled. It's also a reference to the Toy Story films.
Yeah.
In the second film, Woody the Cowboy, we know this.
Yeah.
The cowboy puppet show also parallels Asgore. Woody. Yeah. The cowboy show also parallels Asgore. He was also cancelled. Cowboy and police are both people that upholds just okay. And the show is also cancelled because Asgore is no longer a police.
Yeah. Listen, let's not mock. There's a lot of writing in this. Let's give fair, that's fair. Yeah. Let's give the author some grace of this survey. It's a lot.
There was also an old TV at Asgore's house, so the character could show up through that. There's also the fake mics. Even though Friend appears as a cat, one of the fake mics was a cat. His friend wasn't Mike. The cowboy was also not Mike. It's a different character. Clearly, Toby has always been teasing a Woody cowboy type character in Deltarune. Just wasn't the secret boss in Chapter 3.
Yeah. Quite literally. And also, I just love how none of this makes a lick of sense if you aren't, like, fully in it, right? It's, like, just... Even though Friend appears as a cat, one of the fake mics was a cat. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, Jesse? What is this? Because Friend wasn't Mike. The cowboy was also not Mike. It's a different character. Yeah, I mean, yeah. But here's the thing about that, is that there's nothing inherently wrong with Woody Theory. The theory is very sound. At the end of Chapter 2, when Spooky Dude was the guy that kind of broke this theory, and that video is just excellent. Like the way that it lays everything out. There is overwhelming evidence. I mean, certainly more evidence if you just want to go back even a small amount to the fucking Chris is going to lose their hand theory, right? Like, where you've got like 2 strong examples and 2 kind of weaker ones. There is so much. Toby is obviously not just a Toy Story fan. Toby is like a huge fan of Toy Story. You know, in the way that I guess many like 90s kids kind of are, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's just something about and yeah, the reference to Toy Story Midway Mania, the Disneyland ride, in the concept art was like when you go into that ride in Disneyland, you're walking through Woody's like mouth. It's like a massive oversized Woody head, and you go in through the mouth to like get into the queue for the ride. And he had that idea as like how you get into Queen's Castle. because she has like obviously the long tongue, as you go in, and you go into her mansion.
Yeah.
In chapter 2, I think that's what it was. That's the only thing I can think of that would connect the two. So like, he's definitely thinking about the game in like Toy Story terms. And then even just the very idea of Toy Story, right? The whole like toys come to life concept. Like, tell me that's not just darkness with like a different retelling, right? It's just literally your toys have personalities that you can only see them in the darkness. Yeah. Like this whole idea of like everyday objects coming to life. That's just Toy Story. Like this is just Deltarune is just a retelling in a different format of the Toy Story kind of story. And that doesn't make it derivative. I think it's a fantastically well done thing, but it's not like the most original idea that's ever been had, right? And so when you do connect those dots and you do look at it from a Toy Story kind of lens, you're like, oh shit, there's loads here to draw from. Because Toby drew from it himself when he was making everything about the game. So yeah, you can totally link Woody Theory to Deltarune. There's even more evidence here that's not been referenced, you know? Because I just truly do think that that is a well that Toby draws from when he's coming up with inspirations for the game. But yeah, the cowboy angle is a big deal, because that is the thing that's like really kind of pushed this over the edge, is that like Asgore has been canonically described as somebody who not only enjoyed cowboy shows such as Woody's Roundup is, but was sad that they were cancelled, sad that they stopped. This idea of like, you know, he's lost his wife. He's lost, you know, his relationship with Chris is different now.
He's on the verge of killing himself.
And now he doesn't even have his favourite Toy Story, you know, he doesn't even have his favourite cowboy shows. And it's like the most sad, pathetic character. How much more pathetic can we make him? So I fully believed that there would be a secret cowboy boss in chapter 3. I don't consider that a shameful thing to admit. I truly did believe it. That being said, I don't know if I agree with it for chapter 5. I don't agree with Neo Woody Theory, and that's because at this point I think that as a series, as a community, as the games have developed, we've almost moved past it because we've all quote unquote figured it out. I don't think that it's going to happen. I think it could have happened in chapter 3, which was already in development, right? But now that chapter 5 has taken so long to get to us, and so many people believe in Woody Theory, I just don't think it's gonna happen because everybody believes in it. I know that's a crazy thing to say, but I just think now it doesn't even feel like an original theory. So I did fully believe it in chapter 2 before chapter 3 came out, but I don't think I think if it was ever gonna happen, it would have been then, and it didn't. So I do think there will be cowboys of a kind. I think there will be some sort of something cowboy-esque, right? The trailer does seem to show maybe a Japanese or like, you know, East Asian kind of theming around it. We've got like pagodas and things that we can see. So I do think that there's going to be like
cherry
some
blossoms
sort
everywhere.
of, yeah. I don't necessarily think it's going to be like a Western thing, like a cowboy Western thing. But I can definitely see there being like cowboy-esque references. Things that maybe aren't necessarily cowboys, but could be, you know, considered as cowboy-ish for the... I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm trying to say. But I do think that something cowboy-adjacent will be in the chapter, but I don't necessarily think it's going to be the secret boss. Then I don't know what the secret boss could possibly be.
I could see it really going either way. Like the components are there for there to be some level of cowboys. Like I said, not necessarily the secret boss, but I wouldn't be surprised if we're pitted against cowboy enemies in the form of his old videos or whatever.
Yeah, totally.
I might put this one at like about 7 because I'm not committed to the Neo part of it, but the cowboy part, sure.
There's just so much evidence. Like, it's just, yeah. I mean, people do say that the reason that we have that cowboy as one of the mics at the end of chapter 4 is because that is Toby referencing Woody theory itself and like, you know, kind of looking back at us and being like, I see you, you know. And I think that is in and of itself strongish evidence that this kind of thing is, we are thinking along the right track. But yeah, I don't necessarily think it's going to be a secret boss, but I do think that there is a lot of weight behind Woody theory. I think that it's definitely going to come up at some point. It's also just really interesting. Like, I just think it's one of those really, really fun theories, because the more that you look into it, the more evidence that you find. And it's just, I always love stuff like that, where it's like, these aren't very small connections that are being made here. This is like the fabric of the game exists because of Toy Story. That's huge. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm giving this an 8, and I'm gonna say wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
I'm gonna say would be good / preferable, because I think it's really, really cool. Okay, next one.
These have some insane titles. Rick and Morty, Sans and Papyrus.
Yep.
Okay, that's interesting. The original world Sounds and Papyrus is from isn't actually Deltarune, and they have always been dimension hopping from world to world. We can find a device in Undertale that's all broken, and something that's how he's traveling through dimensions. It's said that he just appeared in Undertale one day randomly, and in Deltarune he appears right when the plot starts. That's very similar. And now stuck in Undertale, him trying to leave implies he has jumped universes before.
Yep. Slap a 10 on that, and yes, 100% yes. I've been saying this, I think, definitely since chapter 3 and 4, but I don't think that was the first time I thought this, right? Everybody has now figured out from chapter 4 and everything, or thinks that they've figured out, that what we thought, you know, was Sans coming to Deltarune from Undertale was actually Sans coming to Undertale from Deltarune. Yeah. So Sans originated in Deltarune as opposed to Undertale, which I think is fantastic. I think that totally does make sense. But everybody stops there, and nobody considers the fact that Sans is new in town. In chapter 1, he has just moved in. So where the fuck did he come from? And nobody asks that. Nobody else has asked that question as far as I have seen. Like, nobody questions that. Everybody was just, oh, he clearly came from Deltarune then in Undertale. And it's like, yes, you're right. But where the fuck did he come from in Deltarune? Because he didn't go back and forth. So, yeah, like, what the fuck? So, yes, 100%. Rick and Morty, no.
some counterpoint to this. Well, some counter argument to this. It's not necessarily implied he only showed up in chapter 1. Like, he just hadn't met Chris yet. Like, he fully acknowledges he's met Toriel at least a day or two before.
Okay, true. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying that he arrived the moment we started the game. But he's new in town. Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, the theory is sort of implying that he only appears right when the plot starts, you know?
Right. Yeah.
So I'm more countering that point than I am countering you, necessarily.
Right.
But that...
Yeah, no, totally.
That is interesting, though, that this may not have been the first... I suppose that would explain, like, why... No, I don't know where I was going with that. I did not have a sentence in mind when I started.
Okay. Because I was like, where the fuck is this going? Yeah, no, I just, everybody's from somewhere.
Yeah.
Where is Sans from? Like, where is he from? We know in Undertale, we figured out where he's from, but in Deltarune, where is he from? We do not know.
Yeah.
So yeah. I'm 10. I've never agreed with the theory more.
I'm gonna go with 9. I think this. It would make more sense if he has a history of doing this, that he ends up in Undertale rather than something in Deltarune forces him away. I guess I think that's what I was trying to say before.
Right.
I got tripped up. I'm going to say it would be good / preferable. I've been won over by that. That's very interesting. Okay, what's next?
Very interesting. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry.
Okay.
Do you want me to do this one? It's a bit long. Do you want me to read this one out?
Yeah, go for it.
This is a big theory. This is Rate Roots theory. This is a big theory about the Chapter 5 Dark World. It says that the Roots prophecy panel refers to a specific something, I don't know. It has a house in between two trees. This represents the town between all the trees in the forest. Looking at the sword route, we get a segment that mimics the Chapter 2 weird route with two characters that look like Noelle and Birdley. One character freezes the other. We know that Dragon Blazers has been said to be based on Lord of the Hammer, which is based on the prophecy, which means that the rest of Dragon Blazers' game is foreshadowing. True. That is true. That's
just fact.
That's confirmed in the canon, yeah. The Chapter 5 Dark World would then be hometown during the festival. True, again. The Manhole Dungeon opens up with the layout of hometown. Yeah, that's true too. It matches up, with the layout of hometown. True. Looking closer, the enemies here would represent the different Lightners. Alphys is the yellow lizard, Caddy and Braddy are the cat and green lizard right next to each other. Asgore is the yellow monster with a bunch of flowers, yes. The apartment is the room overstuffed with a bunch of different white monsters. The orange trees are the orange trees you can cut down at the end. The song that plays here is called Bit Roots, which is similar to Digital Roots, with the naming of the song makes it more likely Roots is some kind of location. This dark world lines up with when the festival is, which is said to be tomorrow by Carol at the end of the weird route. You also find, not just Carol, everyone says it's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Don't they? Yeah. You can also find an NPC putting up flower decorations for the festival, which lines up with the field of pink and gold for what Gerson says happens in Chapter 5. So this is saying it refers to a specific dark world. So the idea is, what it seems to be suggesting is that Roots is what the name of the next dark world.
Okay.
This is a big theory about the Chapter 5 Dark World. It says that the Roots prophecy panel refers to. So, yeah, I mean, I don't really understand what this theory is kind of saying.
No.
All of this stuff is correct though. Like, all of this stuff is true. Did you see the video that lays out the Zelda dungeon against hometown?
I didn't know.
It's very good. It's very compelling. It's good evidence.
Okay.
I think somebody else also figured out that in Chapter 4 Jackenstein fight, one of the houses is relating to the chapters as well. Somebody figured that out, which is really cool.
No.
So yeah, there's definitely something in this. I don't necessarily know what it's trying to say. It says, with this naming of the song, it makes it more likely Roots is some kind of location. This dark world lines up with when the festival is. I mean, if this is kind of saying that the next dark world is going to be a nature-themed forest festival, dark world, yes, confirmed.
We've seen the trailer.
By literally the trailer has confirmed that. So yeah, I'll give it a 9. I don't really understand what it's trying to say, but
no,
totally,
I'm not entirely clear either.
Not surprised. Give it a 9.
Maybe it's. No. Is it trying to say the Roots, the Roots prophecy? The Roots prophecy is referring to hometown as a whole. It's not entirely clear to me what's being conveyed in this one.
Yeah. Let's move on.
Yeah. Third Prince of Darkness. If you look at an RGB color wheel, we can see we have 2 Princes of Darkness so far that fit into 2 of these colors. There is none for red. This prince could be the prince originally seen in the prophecy panel. We'll later meet this character in the bunker, having been taken there. Lancer is more of a comedic character, so with all the prophecy role swapping that's going on, makes sense for a more serious character to be included in this instead of just Lancer.
Okay.
I don't know.
I mean, it's possible that there is another castle in a dark world that we go to that has another prince in it. Because we have Lancer, who is obviously the Prince of Cards.
Yeah.
And then we have Ralsei, the Prince of Darkness. Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not saying that, like... Yeah. I don't see why there wouldn't... I don't see what would stop that from being a... You know, it's not really... It's just a... This is the kind of theory that's just like, oh, it would make sense if. There's not really anything to, like, suggest it in the narrative that it could happen. Yeah. It's just like, oh, if you look at it like this, you can see that... I don't really understand the RGB colour wheel thing. I guess it means blue and green, which is like Lancer's blue and Ralsei's green. I guess that's what it means. And then it's like, we've also got red. But basing that on an RGB colour wheel is ropey at best.
Yeah, it's a theory. It like I said, it's a theory that relies on wouldn't it be cool if, rather than here's evidence I've laid out.
Yeah.
So I guess.
No, I just saw Adam's message in chat. I just read Digital Roots and had 999 flashbacks. Yeah. So yeah, I don't necessarily. Interesting. I don't necessarily hate it, but I don't really think it's got a lot of weight behind it.
Yeah.
I would not care / mind.
Yeah, I think I'm the same.
And I'll give it like, I don't know, a 4.
I gave it a 6. I was being generous.
Honestly, I was gonna say 6, and then I thought, no, because I don't really believe it. You know, I don't think it's a bad idea. I just can't really understand what's this about the RGB color wheel? Like, what is that? It's not ever been mentioned? I don't think it has. Like, I don't think anybody has ever referred to Lancer as blue or Ralsei as green. I think that they are just those colors, like, because of the clothes that they wear. But nobody's ever been like, you know, you are the green prince or you are the blue prince. It's just been like, you are Lancer, you are Ralsei.
The closest we've gotten is Ralsei being called Toothpaste Boy.
Yeah, true. He will say toothpaste and then boy.
Okay. Oh.
I like this
Green
one.
Gaster.
I do like this one.
You can find the color combinations red, green, and blue in a lot of places, with green being in the middle. Papyrus and sands represent red and blue, while green is Gaster. It being in the middle is a reference to the phrase "the room between." How Gaster is not someone you find through normal means. Sands' house has a green bone painting between the doors of Papyrus and Sands. A puzzle by Papyrus has red, green, and blue symbols. The rank doors from A to C in Chapter 3 are coloured as red, green, and blue. The Robotnik room in Chapter 3 is all green. I refuse to call him Eggman. The Eggman room in Chapter 3 is all green. The save file menus before finishing Chapter 1 is all green. There are also old Toby Fox tweets where he talks about Luigi being erased from all games as if he never existed, and Luigi is green.
Yeah, but specifically, so this doesn't explain it. The specific wording he uses is like, Luigi is removed from space and time, or something like that. Like, the way that he phrases it is very Gaster coded, and it's years before Deltarune or Undertale came out. And people have used that as like a big, and I think more than anything else, I mean, obviously there's a, you know, lot of what you would maybe call evidence here. I think the main thing I think of whenever I think of Green Gaster is the save file menu, and like the kind of Pip-Boy style, like old like 90s computer bare bones, like fucking war games, like green Matrix style computer thing that you're typing on. It's like, it's not a modern day UI. There's nothing about it that's, you know, it's like a really, really, really ancient machine that you're kind of looking at, and yeah, all these like green words, green lines. It's like very Matrixy and old. And that specifically does link Gaster to the color green, and there's obviously the whole like copies are monochrome, but you color this in with care. So there's this idea that like Gaster was green, but then when he, gonered himself or whatever happened to make him kind of leave reality, time and space, he like became monochrome or whatever it is that's like left behind. That kind of figure that everybody thinks of as Gaster is like, specifically it is a black and white figure. It is a monochrome thing. So I think that the idea is like, yeah, Gaster was green and thus represents the colour green within the narrative. And you have all of this evidence to suggest that anything that's like relating to Sans and Papyrus is always 1, then 2, then a missing third. And that missing third is usually green.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people, when Undertale first came out, thought of Gaster as like a father to Sans and Papyrus, or like, but I think the much more common reading on it now is that they are brothers. The 3 of them were brothers. So yeah, red, green, and blue. More of an RGB than, Ralsei and Lancer and whoever this third prince is going to be. I think this is a much more compelling. If you're going to go colour theory, I think this is much more compelling. I think there's a lot more evidence for it, and most importantly, there is evidence within the game. It's not just, hey, here's a RGB wheel. Wouldn't that be cool if there was a third one? Because there's these 2. So yeah, I do think that this has a lot of weight behind it. I really like this theory. I had no idea about it until like about a month ago. But since then, yes, I am fully on board with this, personally. And,
I think I'm going to put that at 10 because, yeah.
Yeah. There are the Eggman room, Adam. So there are eggs that you can find that are hard to find. There are Easter eggs, quite literally Easter eggs that you can find within the game, and
they're not too important and not too unimportant.
It's just one of those things that's like, we don't know what the eggs are for yet, and we don't even know who it is that's giving them to us. We just know that we're finding them and speaking to a person who is never actually seen. And so people think that because there is this person overhanging Undertale and Deltarune who is known as Gaster, people think, oh, well, clearly this man is Gaster, that we're kind of giving us the eggs. I don't personally think that they're the same person, but that's a different theory altogether. But that is kind of where this is coming from. It's like,
yeah,
in this room we can find this thing and it's green, and so Gaster is green. That's one of the many pieces of evidence for the green Gaster theory. If
there's more egg theories going on further on in this thing, which I'm hoping there are, because there is a theory you and I are very excited about. I hope that's made the shortlist for this survey.
Oh, is it the one that I came up with?
No, I mean scrambled eggs.
Oh, scrambled eggs. Oh, of course, yeah. Scrambled eggs is good. Yes, I hope that
Which
comes
one
up.
do you mean?
The one that I came up with, the asylum one.
Oh,
but I haven't heard anybody else really talk about that, so I don't think anybody else really thinks about it like that.
Yeah.
Sorry. Let's move on.
Yeah. Okay. It would be good / preferable. 4th skeleton character. If green Gaster theory is true and the rank doors are setting up Gaster as green, then what is the orange S-rank door? This could be hinting at a 4th skeleton character. Maybe Gaster is the father of Sans and Papyrus. Then maybe it's hinting at their mother, who is orange. That's just one direction. No real strong.
Yeah, let me be the first to say yikes.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I do not agree with this.
No. Like for reasons we've already like gone over. Like there's no evidence. This is just kind of, wouldn't it be cool if, which
all it's doing is it's saying, so if that is true and the 3 doors are Sans, Papyrus and Gaster, then what's the deal with the 4th door? Is that another skeleton? What's that about? Do they know things? Let's find out. So it's like what is this? This is nothing. So yeah, I'm gonna give that a 1. But I am gonna say
I wouldn't care.
I would not care, because I would be very interested if there's another skeleton, I would be interested in meeting them. I think the skeletons are great, but I don't. Yeah.
I'm so fucking scared of skeletons.
Oh god, this next one. Okay.
Oh
Colorblind Susie.
God.
I'll read this out.
Yeah.
When Susie makes a dark world in Chapter 4, the colours end up completely different from the other dark worlds. This has made some people believe that Susie is colourblind, specifically blue-yellow colourblind. Looking at the colours of the three heroes in the Second Church world, then it matches with what they would look like for someone who has tritanopia. Tritanopia. I actually don't think I've ever read that word out loud before.
No, I know what you mean.
I'm just gonna say, like, this is what I said to you, because I think you mentioned this before about this possibly being a thing, right?
I didn't present it as color blindness, but
no. But I will say this. I will just say this, right? People in Chapter 2, there were a huge amount of theories that came out of Chapter 2. And one of the problems with that was that we had a sample size of 2 to draw from. And people were using elements that had happened in both chapters as, like, evidence that this will definitely keep happening, or be something that happens in the future, or, like, it's setting up a pattern. But you can't do that with a sample size of 2. It's just impossible. And I think that the one of the biggest kind of reasons for this theory is that Chris and the Knight, when they have both made Dark Worlds, they have looked the same, and it is only Susie's that looks different. But I just kind of feel like until we've got somebody else, until we've got more of a pool to draw from, we can't say that for sure about Susie. There's clearly a reason, I'm sure, why that dark world is a different colour. And I kind of do feel like colour blindness might be a good theory for that. But I don't necessarily think that we can judge anything based on a sample size of 1. Yeah.
I may be wrong here, but doesn't even Susie acknowledge it looks different in there? Whereas
I think she does.
If she was colorblind, she wouldn't see a difference.
Yeah, I think she does. I think she does state that it's different, and it's not even just that. It's like I've just lost my train of thought. It'll come back to me. But yeah, totally. Like she doesn't see a difference in it. She does see a difference in it, and it's just like until we've got more experience to draw from, I don't think we can really say one way or the other. Yeah, it's bugging me. What was I thinking? I don't know. Hopefully it'll come back to me. But yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and give that like a 2, and I will say I don't really care either way. I would say I would not care mind. It's just not like I wouldn't hate it. I'm not against the idea of Susie, being a colourblind person.
If she is, she is, but it doesn't. It doesn't necessarily correlate things. Yeah.
Oh, I know what I was going to say. I think the way that determines what a dark world color is intent.
Yeah.
I think it is intent that determines what the world looks like and what the world, because Waralse says the fountains reflect the will of their creator.
Yeah.
And we know that Chris and the Knight are on the same side working together. So there is this idea that like they are both trying to achieve the same goal with their dark world, and that is why that dark world is the same color. Susie is trying to find someone. It is a different, or well, maybe they're trying to find Des. I don't know what's going on with their dark worlds, but I do know that Susie specifically is looking for somebody. She's looking for Gerson. So that to me says that her goals are misaligned with the normal dark worlds as we know them, and therefore that's why it's a different color. That's how I feel about it anyway.
Yeah. It tracks with everything we know so far, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Multiple dark world locations in a single chapter. We've literally had this happen already.
Yeah.
In chapter 1 to, well, I mean, like sort of to an extent.
Yeah.
In chapters 1 to 3, we've had one big dark world the characters go through the story in. Technically, no, in chapter 1. There are 2 dark fountains. There's the one in the closet and the one that appeared on the horizon somehow. It didn't cause a
Well,
warring event.
the one in the closet is Ralsei's Dark World.
Yeah, it's Castle
The one
Town.
in the unused, the one in the unused classroom
Is the Card Kingdom.
Is the Card Kingdom. Yeah.
Yeah, it is interesting to me though that both Dark Towers, both Dark fountains could be seen from one location. Purely because of what happens at the end of Chapter 4 in mind. Anyway, but Chapter 4 shakes out by having multiple Dark Worlds in one singular location. To a degree. What if the chapter formula is shaken up even further and we'll be getting multiple Light World locations with Dark Fountains? It's lining up well with how the festival is coming up. I like it. I feel like if it's gonna happen, Chapter 5 is the last chance for it to happen.
Okay, why?
Just because of like what's been said in the newsletter and stuff, with this being like the what was the wording about it being like, what was it he said? I cannot think. It's like,
The newsletter.
Huh?
I'll pull up the newsletter.
Yeah. But the implication that that Chapter 5 is basically the calm before the storm that is the last two chapters.
It says, in Chapter 4, we saw dark clouds on the horizon. That's why, let's not look there for now. Let's turn around and watch the sun before it goes down completely. Let's smile again. Let's have one more fun adventure, okay? In my opinion, it fits well in the overall story of the game. So, I don't think this theory is saying that there will be multiple festival locations. I think it's saying that there are going to be multiple dark worlds in one singular location.
Yeah, no,
That's what this is saying. I don't think that there's anything that could suggest that wouldn't happen after Chapter 5.
It does say multiple Light World locations. Either way.
It kind of says both.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll be getting multiple Light World locations with Dark Fountains. I guess like in one chapter.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, totally. I can get behind that.
Yeah, and what I'm thinking is the chapters 6 and probably 7 will, with this being like one last fun adventure where Asgore kills himself.
I kind of feel like 6 and 7 is gonna be just
the roaring
dark worlds everywhere. Like, yeah, the whole world is gonna be darkness. Like,
yeah, the Light World becomes the Dark World. That's what I'm getting at. It's like it won't be like dedicated dungeons. It will be the whole world has become the dungeon.
Right. So there will no longer be a distinction between light and dark. It will just be one thing because the roaring will happen. Yeah. Cool. 100%. I agree with that. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna rate this highly because I do think that's gonna happen. I'm gonna give that a 9, and I'm gonna say it would be good / preferable because I really like the idea that there are like because every dark world is so different. I really like the idea that we have multiple in one chapter because then it's like we've got lots of ideas in one go rather than like a long stint of like say Cyber City or all of the card stuff. It's like, oh, we're doing this and then we're doing this and then we're seeing this, and it's like loads of cool interesting ideas rather than just like one singular theme. I kind of like that.
It'd be very interesting if it was like a lot of mini dark worlds that we could kind of choose if Chapter 5 was a bunch of mini dark worlds that we could choose our own path through.
One thing I do think is going to happen, and this is like not really a theory at all, but one thing I do think is going to happen is that because Ralsei can't go to the festival and Susie really wants to go to the festival with him, I think he's going to turn the castle town into a festival.
Aww. Oh, that's sweet.
So that they can go to the festival together. I think that's what's going to happen. Again, I don't really see anybody else talk about that, and it almost feels so obvious that why would you need to like write a theory about it? But I am headcanon I do think that's gonna happen.
I hadn't considered that.
But we're gonna go into the dark world, and it's all gonna be like fun fairs and because we had the fun fair in chapter 2, so I think that the Queen will be able to help set something like that up.
Yeah.
I think that would be fun.
So going back to chat briefly, in what way are you envisioning a farewell talk, or? I just got the fucking the song I was worried was going to show up. Concert for you. Amazing. I think maybe chapter 8 or whatever the last chapter is could do a yeah, but how are you envisioning a farewell tour? Like, where the chapter is just going around saying goodbye, or like, should we move on while Court can elaborate?
Yeah.
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 Tulpa Frisk.
Do you know what a tulpa is?
No. I've heard the term. I'm hoping this will illuminate a little bit.
Yeah, go for it.
Frisk
In the background, I'm going to look up the explanation for you because I would butcher it myself if I was to try. So go ahead.
Frisk and Chara's relationship in Undertale is highly obfuscated and contradictory. It clearly implies that Frisk and Chara are the same, but with Frisk holding Chara's main motivations and the two constantly being connected. Instantly, do you pronounce it Chara or Kara? Kara.
I would say Kara because I think it's like character.
Yeah, that's. I've heard it both ways, so I'm never sure. Kara makes the most sense to me.
Yeah, I don't really see it as Chara.
Yeah.
I more read it as like a shortening of character, but...
However, Flowey's monologue after the pacifist route clearly implies that Frisk and Kara are separate beings at that point in time. To address this, Tulpa Frisk theory posits the human in Undertale is an impressionable revival/reincarnation of Kara in some form, whether that be via a vessel, Tumblr link, or a flower, YouTube video. Or their courts, with Frisk as an identity only coming to fruition in the pacifist route by the player solidifying their personality and identity through its actions.
So, I will just explain for the purposes of the crowd and Ollie.
Yeah.
The Tulpa it's like a mysticism. It's a concept originating in mysticism, where a conscious, independent entity or imagined companion is created entirely through intense mental focus, meditation, and visualization. So it's kind of like an imaginary friend, except that it's a more like mystic kind of adult reading of that kind of thing. So it's like you imagine somebody so vividly and so profoundly that they are alive, except that they do not have a body. Unlike a traditional imaginary friend, a fully formed Tulpa is considered to have its own will, opinions, and parallel consciousness. Reddit users on forums like Reddit, Tulpas generally agree that Tulpas start as simple mental constructs and slowly grow sentient over time through disciplined interaction. So it's kind of like a person that you speak to in your mind who thinks independently from you and has their own thoughts and beliefs and feelings, and yet are as real as a real person, except that they do not physically exist. But they do mentally very much exist. They are very much a real person to whomever it is that is seeing them and has imagined them. Does that make sense?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, it's a strange concept to grasp, but it's an interesting one. I don't necessarily agree with this because I do think that in chapter 1, when all we had was chapter 1, people did kind of presume that because we have the red soul, that means that, you know, this is a retelling of Kara's story and that we will have and especially with the knife, the way that chapter ends, people are like, oh, it's Kara, it's clearly Kara, like, Chris is going to kill everybody, Chris is, like, a murderer. And I didn't agree with it then, and I don't really agree with it now. I don't think that the red soul is Kara's soul. I don't necessarily think that the red soul is Chris's original soul. I don't know if maybe this soul was put into Chris to make Chris more pliable. I wonder if this is their original soul, but I do not believe that this is Kara's soul specifically.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, this is... I don't even see how this one necessarily relates to Deltarune, because it doesn't... It's talking about Frisk, not Chris. It's like
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels like a weird one to include in this.
One thing that I have heard about Undertale, a theory that I did hear, was that Frisk dies at the beginning when they fall, and because they fall on the place where Asriel died, and where Kara's soul is, that Kara's soul reanimated Frisk, and that is why they are two separate beings. It's because Frisk originally was alive and had a soul, but then died, and then that allowed Kara to inhabit Frisk's body. But that, again, doesn't mean that either of them would be tulpas. That just means that they both found each other at a time when they needed each other.
Yeah.
Frisk being dead and Kara needing a body. So, yeah, that's how I think I agreed more of that, because I've never understood Kara as a concept. Like, I've just never been able to get my head around the idea, like who even they are. Like, it doesn't. My biggest question was always, so if Kara was God, this is so hard to explain. How did Frisk and Kara find each other? Was like my biggest question. If like Kara was, was dead, like how did Frisk get Kara's soul? Was kind of always my biggest question. And so that kind of theory does answer that for me, and that helps it all kind of connect together. But yeah, there are definitely people who don't believe that. They think other things like this, and I'm just like, okay, I mean, that makes as much sense as my theory, but the only way that it makes sense to me is with the theory that Frisk died, and that,
they got brought back a little bit, yeah.
Brought them back, yeah. Or at the very least, like, was able to save enough of Frisk's soul to put themselves into. I'm not necessarily saying, maybe Frisk was just really like hurt or like in a lot of pain and was close to death, and Kara went. I'm not necessarily saying that Frisk has to have died, but like I do think that there was some kind of manipulation there where Frisk's soul entwined with Kara's in some way, specifically of the way that Frisk fell onto them. I think that that's kind of where I sit with that. But it's been a very long time since I've even really thought about Undertale theories. That's just how I tend to envision it.
Was a little bit weird for an Undertale one to be thrown in here.
Yeah, I'll give it a 7. I will say I would not care. I'm going to move on.
Yeah. Okay. Prophecy role swapping. Already in Chapter 1, the game puts into question of who fits into what roles, with there being 2 Princes of Darkness and Susie swapping between good and bad. I mean, you can expand on this as well, but I digress. In Chapter 4, Toby continues with this and has written the 3 hero roles in the prophecy to fit multiple characters. The girl could be Noelle, or Des, or Susie. The Cage of Human Parts could be Chris or the Vessel. The Prince could be Rousey, Asriel, or Lancer. They're not actually mentioned by name, so as long as it fits, then it gets fulfilled.
I don't think the Prince could be Rousey, because Rousey specifically says a prince from the dark. So I don't think Asriel is even Asriel's a lightner. No, but Rousey or Lancer, yeah, totally. Again, the girl could be Noelle or Des or Susie. Yes, Cage of Human Parts could be Chris or the Vessel, or even Des. There is a Des human theory.
I had a crazy thought the other day. Yesterday when I was playing Chapter 1. When I was replaying Chapter 1 last night. You know the Susie half-human theory?
Yeah.
What if she was meant to be the Cage of Human Parts? Because Noelle wanted to be the one to go to the could be the Vessel. Noelle wanted to go to the closet with Susie, but
Alphys could have said, Noelle go with Susie. Totally.
Yeah, it could be Chris is the outlier.
Yeah, it could be.
Anyway.
No, I think that's cool.
It's a bit of a stretch, admittedly, because half human at most.
Yeah, I do think that this theory is accurate. I think it's too... I think the way that it's presented is both too obvious and also, like, too vague. it's like very clearly trying to lead. Toby likes to lead the players down a specific line of thinking and then completely subvert that expectation. He has called it exceeding expectations, which I kind of like. So he definitely like, and I'm not saying, again, I really do want to err on the side of like, I don't know Toby as a person and I'm not like parasocial enough to be like, oh, totally he would do this. But like, from the track record of like the games that I have played of his, he definitely does like this thing where he will present an idea and then it will seem the most obvious thing in the world and then immediately lampshade it with something else. So I think very much there is definitely like, I can totally understand people who think, oh, just because it says the human or the cage with human soul and parts, or it says the girl, and especially where it says about the girl, where Ralph says like, "Oh, you are supposed to be wearing ribbons," you know.
That was what I was gonna say. Like I digress with earlier.
But the thing is, I don't see Des wearing ribbons either. Des strikes me as more of a Susie type. So I don't think that Des necessarily fills the same role as Noelle would. I don't think Des is the girl either, but I do think that Noelle could be. And I do think that Susie has become that from her being in the right place at the right time, as you said, because Alphys could have sent anybody to that room. So yeah, totally. Prophecy, role swapping. I agree. I think there's definitely some shenanigans that have gone on there. And I think that the hard pivot into making sure the prophecy happens the way that it should do is potentially what the weird route is going on about. Because we're hard pivoting Noelle into that story and making sure that she's there in a way that we're not in the main storyline.
Yeah.
The weird route is definitely setting something up to do with the prophecy. So yes, 100%. I will give that a 10. It's one of the best, and I will say, I'll say not surprised. I don't necessarily think it's good or preferable, but
I am fully in agreement. I don't want to say necessarily it would be preferable or anything, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Anyway.
Last one for this page.
Wrestle. In Chapter 3, the Flying Aces were introduced as a new regular element appearing in the egg rooms. These are grey knockoff playing cards which Chris had photocopied and coloured in to try to cheat at card games. This would seem to be an allegory of goners, which are grey doppelgangers that sometimes blend in with other monsters by changing appearance to coloured versions of themselves.
Just to drop in here, this is what I keep saying when I talk about, anytime I've mentioned copies are monochrome, but you colour this in with care. This is specifically these guys that I'm talking about. They are the ones that said this.
Yeah. They're just over now. I may play some more wins. I hope you guys have a good evening. Aw. Hope you had fun with it, Ross. If you're heading out, have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah. Take care, dude.
Yeah. Been lovely having you, and I'm glad we suckered you into this series that suckered us in.
Enjoy if you play. Obviously, let us know how you feel about it, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah. Have a good night.
Take it easy, bro.
You've suckered me into the demo so far. That's enough.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. The cult spreads. It's so good. You're gonna love it.
Got a symbol in this. Fuck's sake. Got a symbolism.
Stuff together, alright? You're supposed to be a professional.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Shut up.
Shut up. Ghana symbolism is tied to Chris at other points in the recent chapters as well, with them unable to scrub grey graphite off their hands in Chapter 4's egg room. To make sense of this symbolism and seeming relevance to Chris's childhood and repressed memories, the Chris vessel, or Cressel, theory argues that Chris, like the Flying Aces, is an artificial grey being, namely a Ghana vessel, which is coloured in and inserted into Hometown to blend in with the other inhabitants, with the secret purpose of fulfilling some sort of goal or advantage to its creator. The soul we control is argued to mutually belong to both Chris and the player. which reconciles and combines the two usual possibilities of it either having been summoned into the world as our medium of control, or it being Chris's natural soul they've always had simply being possessed by us.
How do you feel?
I like it because of where we were at earlier with like the where was it? We were talking about like looking through the shard, the hand theory.
Yes.
I kind of was coming to a similar sort of thing where like I was sort of coming to a similar sort of point where like maybe the world we're seeing through the shards, through the glass, is what the world is actually supposed to be, and Chris has just kind of been self inserted to play that role, to do whatever with the prophecy. So I hadn't thought about it before today, but I like the idea that like Chris is anachronistic, but no one's clocked that fact yet. They've all got history with them.
Yeah. Chris is Mr. Poopy Butthole.
Chris is Mr. Poopy Butthole. Chris is Pennsylvester.
Yeah, they've always been there.
Chris is Sleepy Carrie theory.
I think if this theory had suggested that Chris is the goner that we made, I would say that is not accurate, because you can make the goner bald. You have a whole variety of options, and Chris looks like none of them.
Especially the legs.
I don't think especially the legs, 100% the legs, very important. So I don't think that Chris is the goner that we made, but don't necessarily think that is. I don't necessarily think that means that they have to be human born. They could still be a goner. It's just that
they're not our goner.
They weren't the goner that we made.
Yeah, I'm on board with it. I like it.
I think that does complicate things slightly, because it's kind of like, well, if you think about it from this angle, what would be the point of presenting us with a goner maker to snatch it away and give us a human who is then revealed to be a goner? Why wouldn't you just have us make a goner and have us play through as a goner? Like, what is the distinction? And I think, to me, the distinction is, well, obviously Chris is a goner that we didn't make, which means that we don't know what their blood type is. We don't know what their favourite food is, what their favourite taste is. We don't know how we feel about this creation, hope or love or disgust. And I think that those things are very important, because they are the person that we made. So the fact that we are presented with potentially an alternative goner where we don't know any of that stuff about them, that could be more meaningful than we perhaps at first thought. Like, on the surface, it's very silly, right? C and D aren't even blood types. Why is that an option? But like, it could be very important.
Our goners could still come into it somewhere.
Us having the choice versus Chris not having the choice, and us playing as Chris, who we did not choose. There is a distinction in that, right? Versus what we actually wanted to make. So yeah, I think you're right. I really like the flying aces. I really like the concept of copies are monochrome, because when you know that and you play back through Deltarune, you do truly see monochrome everywhere, and it's not quite. It's not. I'm not sure how much of it is like just grayscale, or how much of it is, in inverted commas, grayscale. Like, how much of it is like on purpose to represent a copy. I hesitate to say all of it. I don't know. But it is interesting going back through the chapters when you know about the monochrome thing, and just seeing how much monochrome there actually is. I think that's very interesting. So yeah, I like this theory.
Yeah, me too.
I'm gonna give it an 8, and I'm gonna say it would be good preferable.
Yeah, I think I'm about the same. Sorry, I just looked back at chat. Adam said, Eila, you said the cult theory wasn't likely true. How can the cult spread? What was the context there, Adam? What did we say about cult spreading? I'm confused. I'm scared.
Well, I did say that I had thought that Hometown might be a cult, but I also didn't think that. I think that it's not specifically the church that are the cult. I think it's something to do with the shelter, because I don't think that Toriel and Alvin specifically would be part of the. I see.
Damn it, Adam!
I said the cult spreads because I said cult theory wasn't. I'm with you.
Hell yeah, we missed the message in a timely manner.
I'm with you, Adam.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I didn't. I didn't see that as it at the time.
Adam, you
I
stream.
totally understand what you meant.
You stream. You know how fickle streamer brain is. As soon as it has left our mouth, we forget it.
I'm just yapping.
Yeah.
I just needed to talk about Deltarune.
Yeah.
Because we've only got 9 days until it comes out.
God.
And I need to talk about it.
I will not be streaming it on the day by the by, if anyone's interested in that sort of thing.
That's okay.
I will be away that day, and I think me and Parry want to finish up I think me and Parry might want to finish up Ace Attorney first before we turn to chapter 5. So we'll be doing it in our own time first, and then anyway. Next page?
Yeah, next page. Oh, actually, I'll be right back. I just need a quick break.
Cool. Wait, what? Is that the same? What? Don't look at my email. Mine. It's rude. Go away. Did I miss one? Anyway, how's chat doing? How's the temperature out there? What are we looking forward to this week, gang? Not the sort of temperature I meant, but I appreciate the actual answer. 60 Fahrenheit. What does that mean in real degrees? In Celsius. Oh, maybe. Hang on. We're at 300%. I have a feeling I might have. Okay, never mind. It worked that time. I'll go back to the...
I'm back.
Yo.
Yo!
It's 60 degrees Fahrenheit where Adam is.
Oh.
I asked what the temperature's like out there, like how's chat feeling, and got a very literal response.
What is 60F in C?
That's basically what I said. What is it in real numbers?
You minus 30 and halve it. So it would be 15 degrees.
Okay.
Celsius.
So not too hot, not too cold. Not too important, not too unimportant.
Not too hot, not too unhot. It's actually 17 degrees here today. So that's basically the same.
Yeah. friend theories is the next page.
Yeah. I will straight up say that I don't necessarily know a lot about friend theories.
No.
So this will be interesting.
Okay, the first one already immediately feels a bit out there.
That's a banger.
Friend is Catty's dad's missing arm.
It sounds fucking crazy when you just read it, like when you look at this. Sorry, I'm just reading it. I can totally see where these people are coming from. Sorry, go on.
In chapter 4, Noelle and Susie talk about a horror film where one day the protagonist wakes up without a hand. It being the monster of the film, it could be hinting at body parts becoming darkness. And Catty's dad is missing one arm. With it being Catty's dad's arm, it would explain why Friend is so cat-like and where the arm went. The character is important enough to be in the scene where Toriel drives Kirst to school in chapter 1. I don't buy it. I don't. I can believe that disembodied limbs could become full darkness. I don't think him showing up in the drive to school cutscene means anything. He's literally their nearest neighbor.
Well, it's interesting. It's only interesting because in my mind, when I was thinking back to Hometown Cultists, the most prominent thing I can think of is the fact that most of the Kattenheimers come to church, except for Catty, who is literally like Satanist, like summoning demons. And I think that the bait and switch there is that actually Catty's not evil. It's actually her family that are the crazy cultist evil ones, right? I like that idea and I like that subversion, and I think because of that, I would be inclined to entertain the idea that Friend is... No, not Friend, but the Kattenheimers are like secretly involved in whatever the cult thing is that's going on. Again, because when I said like you can give any of the characters like a heel turn, evil smirk face reveal, like secretly evil all along, I specifically was thinking about Catty's dad being that heel turn character. I was specifically thinking of him when I said it. So I don't necessarily think that. Who the fuck is Doug? Who is Douglas?
Weirdly, I thought it was a fucking reference to Doug's. I thought to Doug's neighbor from the eponymous cartoon. His neighbor just kept calling him Douglas. It just felt like a reference to that, but it's weird even then.
To what?
You know the cartoon Doug?
Right.
He had a neighbor who just always called him Douglas, and for some reason I just always assumed it was a reference to that. I can't remember if I read that somewhere.
Okay.
But even then, it's a bizarre.
Well, yeah, he's a weird guy. He's a strange person.
He's a strange person in a town of strange people.
Yeah, truly so. I don't believe it.
No.
I think we all think the same thing about Friend when it comes to Friend, and I think that we all think that Friend is related to or created by or possibly the pet of W.D. Gaster.
I'm gonna give this a 3 only because I don't disagree with the concept of severed limbs becoming full darkness.
Well, we already have preference of the dust becoming darkness. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I don't really see why that would make a difference.
Yeah.
Although here's an interesting theory. Here's an interesting thought. If he's missing an arm,
would the arm not have turned to dust?
Would the arm not have turned to dust? Yes.
Immediately got what you were putting down.
Absolutely. So potentially, there's a lot of cat-related stuff in that house, I'm sure. They are literally it is cat dust. But then also on the other arm that is not severed, A friend doesn't look anything like the Kattenheimers.
No,
And
not at all.
Gerson and the old man are very much reminiscent of each other, / they're basically the same personality-wise. So
Has significantly more in common with Spamton and Pluie and Chapter 5's whole colour scheme, as we've been told it.
yeah, I think friend is too important to be a severed arm.
Yeah. And
In fact, I'm going to put that in other. I'm going to tick other, and I'm going to say I think friend is too important to be a severed arm. That's exactly what I'm going to put.
Yeah, I think I'm just... yeah. I think I'm...
There we go. Alright, next one.
Let's just... Friend is Gaster. Friend has a lot of connections with Gaster in the depths, so they might as well just be Gaster. Might be how Gaster presents themselves or how they've been changed when being in the depths or shattered. They also both use the smile motif. They also want us in the watch us in the background. The actual image _ friend is located with all the other device files, which just directly ties it with Gaster.
Yeah.
A church NPC could be found saying some mess line of dialogue with the words all rearranged. The actual phrase is lost where the forest would grow, the children followed the pointed tail. Which some believe is referring to a friend being in the bunker and Chris and Des went in there. For chapters 3 and 4, the game was pointing more towards Gaster being in the shelter, but what if he still is because Gaster is friend?
I think it's true that friend is the way that Gaster imposes their will upon the device in the same way that the player has the soul. Gaster has friend. But I don't think that they are the same person. And I also don't necessarily believe that the pointed tail refers to friend, because we haven't seen friend to have a tail.
No.
And until we've seen that pointed tail, I don't believe it. I think it is something else.
The closest we've seen is Friend's head on Amalgam.
Yes.
Which it's not their
Endogeny,
body.
I believe.
Endogeny, yep. Should have called it Amalgamat. Oh, that's from something.
Should have called it Amalgamat. That's great. I love that.
I'm sure that's from something. I need to Google that. Is that from Ben 10? Am I thinking of something from Ben 10?
You're thinking of Teen Wolf. You know that scene where he's looking in the mirror and he's all hairy, and then Friend's dad knocks on the door and he opens the door and Friend's dad is a werewolf, and then he's like, "Son, I've got something important to tell you," and it's like he's a werewolf. It's Teen Wolf. You're thinking of Teen Wolf.
It's not from Ben 10. It's not from anything like as far as I can see.
Oh wow, it was an Ollie original then.
Wow.
Incredible. You should own that. It's real good.
Yeah.
You should make a game called Amalgamat. Anyway, yes, no, I love Friend as Gaster's friend / pet / creature he created, but I do not believe that Gaster and Friend are exactly the same. In the same way that we and Chris are not exactly the same, but we both share that connection through the soul. I think that Gaster and Friend share the connection, and Gaster does tell Friend how to behave and what to do and say and go and all this stuff, but that doesn't necessarily make them the same person, because if it did, then us and Chris would be the same, and we're not. So yeah. I don't think they're the same, but I do 100% they are related somehow. I'll give this an 8, and I will say not surprised, because it could potentially be that, but I don't necessarily think that it is.
I'm at 6 personally because, well, I think they are, whilst closely related. Yeah, I'm basically where I said I was.
Yeah, that's fine.
I would not care / mind. I still kind of think we're not gonna get a real answer on Gaster. I just don't see it.
Yeah.
In our future necessarily.
No.
Cat and mouse theory. No, sorry, you were
I
saying.
don't necessarily think. Well, I was just going to say, I don't necessarily think that we're going to figure out who the knight is.
Yeah, that's true. You said as much the other day, I think.
Because I just think it's. I think it's more a manifestation of how everybody feels about Des being lost, rather than specifically a character who has become the knight. I think the knight is like a representation of feelings, a la other similar games in that style that I won't mention because of spoilers. But suffice it to say, there are definitely characters who fit the mold of knight, that like in other games. So I don't necessarily believe that we will actually find the knight as a real person. I think that there is a bit of everybody within knight, and I think that is one of the reasons why it is so easy to map any character you want onto them. It's because they literally could be every man. Yeah, see what I did there.
Be good.
Rate cat and mouse theory.
Yeah.
I'll read this one. A lot of people have taken the connections and symbolism Gaster has and moved over to giving Friend what Gaster used to have. This theory says that Friend is just a part of the device that Gaster made. Whoa, weird that. That's exactly what I was just saying. So these two theories can be true in a way. Along with Hell's Tail being Gaster's computer mouse, that's... okay, I like that. There are a bunch of files named differently from the other files in the game which are all in uppercase. The actual image_friend file is located with all the other capital letter device files, which just directly ties it with Gaster. Just like you being on your computer device is playing the survey program, Gaster is on a computer doing what he's doing. His computer mouse is Hell's Tail. The tip of the tail is sharp like a computer mouse icon. In the mic room you get a mouse item, which is a hand with a bunch circle connecting it to Chris. Oh yeah, alright, I see. These circles are exactly what Hell's Tail have as well. It's also in the mic room where there is some friend set up too. Friend though is cat command. Cat command is a type of shell command. Okay, you can use it to view files. That's what we see Friend do, viewing us from afar. It's why Friend is a mirror of endogeny from the true lab. This is just a mixture of a lot of dogs. This is just a bunch of cats, because Gaster is not viewing them from just one place. Friend is also very cat-like, so it being a cat command fits. I've not heard this before. I didn't know anything about cat command. I kind of like the idea that Friend was created specifically as an observer, which is what this kind of seems to be explaining. It's like leading the children to the tail, which is the pointed tail, which is a computer mouse or a cursor. I think I like that more than I like specifically it is Friend's tail that they are following. Because we've not seen Friend to have a tail, but we do kind of already believe that Gaster is on a computer doing things with that computer the same way that we are interacting with the device. So I can totally understand like Gaster having a computer monitor, a computer cursor, mouse cursor being the pointed tail. That How do you feel about it?
I think this is very, very interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, this fandom has some eye-opening moments sometimes, huh?
Yeah.
Though I do wonder.
I'm gonna Google cat command because I want to see what that's about. I don't know what that is. I'm just gonna ask Google to define it for me.
I think it's just what it says here. You can use a cat command to view files.
The cat command is a command in computer science that is used to output or view the contents of a file. It can be utilized to join or concatenate multiple files together. Cool. Well, there you go. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Actually, that's so cool that I'm gonna put that at 8 and I'm gonna move the other one down to a 6. And I'm gonna say it would be good / preferable because I really like this.
I really like it. Yeah.
Okay. The next one is just
feels like a joke one immediately.
Dumb. Yeah. Move my microphone back. Sorry, there we go.
Oh, you're good. Something Jockington and Catty are friends in some sort of way. What, maybe them saying they're friends? Temmie made a tweet back in 2018 that only said a cat's tail is just a snake in disguise. This connects it to the strong friendship between Jockington and Catty. It shows they're doing some sort of disguise. Catty has similarities to Friend. No, she doesn't. They have the same exact colors of white, black, pink, and yellow. Friend is also pretty cat-like, and Catty is a cat. When the colors of Friend are inverted, they share the same exact colors with Jockington of black, white, blue, and green. It's very specific and couldn't have been done for no reason. Jockington has its very own prophecy panel. The other characters mentioned in the prophecy aren't directly named, but Jockington is. This panel could be found in the second time, right by "They'll see the tale of hell take crawl." It's connected back to
this. Oh, sorry, go on.
I was going to finish it. This connects it back to the Temmie tweet and how Jockington is a snake. Jockington's dialogue even gets weirder for each chapter, so he's showing more of himself.
I will agree that Jockington's dialogue is getting very strange.
It's very strange.
Compared to chapter 1. However, are you aware of what growing the beard means?
Yeah, we talked about this. Yeah, I was there when you were like, I'm sure this is a thing.
Yeah.
And you discovered it,
so,
yeah.
The prophecy panel states Jockington grows the beard and has a picture of Jockington, who is a snake NPC with a flowing little beard underneath his little snake chin. Growing the beard in like trope terms means when a show stops kind of fucking around and being silly and starts to take itself more seriously, basically. Is I believe what I said.
Yeah.
Hang on, let me I will define because I don't want to. Growing the beard. Yeah, it is a definitive moment when a series begins to become noticeably better in quality. This often involves a new writer or other creative person coming on board, the happy discovery of a popular character, or the exit of a meddling executive or less popular characters. In general, this is where a franchise is realizing what works and starts to find its voice. And I think it's very interesting, the wording there, because Jockington has started to find his voice.
Yeah.
Because he's definitely speaking very strangely now. But I think that is more of a reference to the fact that the game is going to become darker yet darker, and not Jockington is literally going to grow a beard / I mean, he might, but I think it's more to do with like the subtle hint to the audience that shit's going to get real.
Yeah.
As opposed to like Jockington actually being involved with the prophecy in any like significant way. And it's tying the fact that Jockington has found his voice with the idea that the game, the more that he speaks weird, the better, the scarier and darker things are going to become. The more serious things are going to become. because I think everybody agrees that chapter 4 was fucking excellent, and like, from a writing perspective, just had it all, right? It was really, really good. I mean, chapter 3 is also amazing. I loved it very, very much. Chapter 2 is probably my favorite chapter so far in terms of like just comedy value, and you can definitely track like chapter 1 being lighthearted, chapter 2 being like really lighthearted, but then with like the thing at the end with the knight and the roaring, and like, you know, kind of Rousey explaining that to everybody when they're stood with the mech. And then you have chapter 3 where things get really weird with the knight, and then you have chapter 4. It's like we have this like slow, gradual descent into darkness with like these little peaks of like comedy. But chapter 4 had very little comedy in the dark world. All of it was like in the light world, and I just think that the game is going to get more and more less and less fun as we go on. And I don't mean that in like a gameplay perspective, I mean that in like a light-hearted comedy perspective. I think it's going to get a lot more serious.
Yeah.
Still fun to play, but like not as funny. Because it is a yeah. I don't know. So Joggington and Catty, I don't think that Joggington is friend. I do think that there are similarities between Catty and Friend. I know you kind of went like, no, don't. I do think that like the colours are similar, but I kind of feel like they are also like the default paint colours, and I don't necessarily think that everything that is pink or yellow incidentally means that it matches it to Friend. But like, yeah, you can't deny that Catty does have those colours, you know, because she does.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't necessarily think that Catty and Jockington are like relating to Friend. I think that there is a story that is being told with Catty and Jockington, but I don't know fully the form of it yet. But I like them, and I'm interested to see what we get of them in chapter 5.
I can see an interesting thing where you could say Jockington is the Tail of Hell, insofar as he's tied to Catty, who is like this devil summoner sort of person.
Oh, he follows her around like a tail. Is that what you meant?
He's just the Tail of Hell. Hey Luna, how you doing? Welcome in.
Howdy.
We are discussing Deltarune theories today. Well, I just mean, yeah, he's the tail of the hell person. Yeah. Yeah. He is her tail or her shadow. He follows her around. Yeah, totally. But I don't think that necessarily means that either of them are relating to or to do with Friend at all. Not at all. Yeah. And even then, I feel like the Tail of Hell. Even that feels like a stretch. I feel like the Tail of Hell is gonna be something important.
Cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and give this a 4 because even though this has inspired a lot of chat, I don't agree with it. In fact, I'm gonna probably give it a 3. And I'm gonna say, okay. And I'm gonna say, I wish there was one that would be like, I would be surprised, because it's not that I'd be disappointed, but it would like, it would be weird. So I'm just gonna say it would be disappointing, but it's okay.
Oh, thanks. That's not mine. That's Eila, who I'm streaming with. Yeah, it. I won't go into it. into the PNG.
Thank you. I'm gonna make a Susie one at some point for myself.
Yeah.
I didn't make this. It was made for me, but I'm gonna make my own at some point. But yeah, I do like this one for now. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Right. Last one of this page.
I still need to figure out what my where I'm at with it.
Oh, sorry.
I think
I'm gonna say it would be really bad / confusing, if that helps.
Yeah, I think
because
I'm
I do
the
think it
same.
would be very confusing.
I'm okay, thanks. I'm not looking for an artist right now at all.
Yeah, I do my own stuff. No, it's okay.
No,
Thank you though.
Yeah, we can do our own ones should we need to. No, I appreciate it, but yeah, no, I think we're both good. Thanks. Okay, friend is a manifestation of fear/darkness. One of the first things we see in the Dark World in Rousey's Dark World explanation is friend. That's chapter 3, 4?
3, beginning of 3.
Yep. It shows that friend already has a natural connection of sorts to the Dark World. What Rousey shows before a regular Dark World in the scene is way less lighthearted and more off-putting. That fits the common fear of darkness amongst kids. That's usually where we've seen Friend show up. Friend's also a weird, scary monster too, which fits. This is why Des has her bed facing away from the closet. Noelle's also another character who showed even more fear towards anything slightly scary, so this fits thematically. I appreciate it, Luna. We're not looking for commissions right now. Thank you. Anyway, sorry. Where are we at with this?
So, I think that when it comes to friend, I do think that there is a manifestation of darkness going on there. I do think that that's true. I think that it also relates to when Noelle was making was doing the cat petters stuff and found that weird glitchy cat. And was specifically scared by it because it was a really weird, scary glitch to have in a game. So I think that there is definitely something in the fact that friend always appears when people are scared, or is the reason that people are scared when it appears. So it being a manifestation of fear would definitely make sense to me. I think it also could be even specifically the thing that goes bump in the night. It could quite literally be the scary thing that you are frightened to see when you open the closet.
Yeah.
So maybe not a manifestation of somebody's fears, but a manifestation of the thing that will make you scared, rather than there's a distinction, but I'm struggling to word it.
It's more a manifestation of the concept of fear.
Yes.
I like that. I think it feels very telling the first time we see it is in the basement of Queen's Mansion, a place that we know
as a jump scare.
Yeah, and we know Chris was scared of that place because of how they react if you choose that you're not okay. The
no option. Yes, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like I say, the fact that it shows up at all when we are already quite tense, because all that's down there that's playing is Digital Roots, which is quite a scary track. And obviously all of the overgrownness of the place and the decay, the fact that when you open up all of the treasure chests, all they've got in them is weird flies or moths or bugs or whatever. There's nothing about that is a comfortable place to be. And I know that I actually missed it my first time around because I somehow missed all of the signs to go back and speak to Spamton after we beat him for the first time, because he says oh, come and meet me in the trash thing, and I just didn't go back. I just completely forgot that it was even there, so I never saw him the first time around. So anytime I've done or seen Spamton, it has been through I've done it myself since, but I didn't do it blind, and I think if I had done it blind, it would have terrified me. Because I know how scared I get of stuff. Specifically, Toby has a way of freaking me the fuck out. So yes, I think that manifestation of fear/darkness, it appearing when we are at our most scared in the game, and also Chris is most scared in the game.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to think where else we've seen it. We see it in the
It does.
in the S rank board games, don't we?
Yes, it's with ERAM.
It's with
Shadow
ERAM, but
Mantle.
also if you wait around in some of the rooms, you can see like the eyes and the mouth.
The eyes in the mouth. Yes. Yeah, it appears all over that.
Yeah.
All over that thing.
Chapter 4, you can see its outline in one of the pure dark sound rooms.
Yeah.
Yeah, that fully tracks
There
me.
you
I'm
go.
gonna put that at a 9.
Yeah, and I've put it will be good / preferable.
Yeah.
I don't know how many pages there are of this.
Me neither.
Probably still got quite a long way to go. I mean, I'm not in any hurry to log off at 10:30 if you want to keep going as far as we can. But obviously, if you need to go, then that's fine.
Yeah, but we'll just go till we feel like at least one of us feels like we're done. I guess.
Cool. I'm down for that. I've got no plans.
Cool.
Are you on the next page?
Yep. Shadow Mantle Holder theories. A Shadow Mantle Holder is a secret boss we find during the Sword Route in Chapter 3. Some have been theorizing about who and what they are.
I will say right off the bat that I do think that ERAM is the mantle, quite like literally.
Oh yeah.
But obviously it's not clear who is controlling ERAM. That's where I'm more. That's where I'm more like interested in theory. So yeah, let's go.
Yeah. Shadow Mantle Holder name is ERAM. ERAM is the name of the song that plays while the Mantle Holder talks before and after their secret boss battle. Something they could be referring to their name considering the placement of the song. The file name of the character is Nightmare, and the second symbol of the word is ERAM. Syllable of the word is ERAM backwards.
Yeah.
Straightforward. It's the best we've got for now. I think is kind of where I'm at.
I think
with it.
ERAM is the Shadow Mantle. I think the Shadow Mantle is ERAM. I think that is the same thing. I think that I think that we are quite literally fighting the Shadow Mantle at that point.
Yeah.
But as it is explained, everybody who appears on that board is being controlled by someone else. So the question is not, are we fighting the mantle? The question is, who is controlling the mantle that we are fighting?
Yeah.
And so, yes, I do believe that the Shadow Mantle is ERAM. I think that they are the same thing. 100%, given that a 10, I would not be surprised.
Yeah. Not surprised. Yeah. Okay, moving swiftly on. I like when we can get through one quick.
Yes, me too.
Shadow Mantle Holder is friend. Do you want this one?
Yeah, it helps that the last one was short as well.
Yeah.
When there's a lot of stuff to pick through, it's a lot harder. For example, this one might take us a minute. Shadow Mantle Holder is friend. The Sword Route game has different repurposed elements and areas in Deltarune. The last thing you do before the Mantle Holder boss is going down to the forest to the shelter and entering it. That is when you fight the boss. This fits with where people think friend is residing themselves. A church NPC can be found saying some messed line of dialogue with the words all rearranged. The actual phrase is, "Lost where the forest would grow, the children followed the pointed tail." The poor children, which some people believe is referring to friend being in the bunker and Chris and Des went in there. Before the events of Deltarune would be the point. Begin chapter 1. That ties friend even more the Mantle Holder with where they reside. One of the attacks it has is spawning enemies that look like friend going after you. Sean was going to give you the Shadow Mantle in chapter 2, but they can't find it, assuming it was stolen. It shows that the Mantle Holder can travel through the Dark Worlds, which is what we see friend also do. The dark melody that plays in Queen's Basement is the same one in Bit Roots where image_friend shows up. Again, like I said, the question is not who is Shadow Mantle, it is who is controlling Shadow Mantle, and friend being the one to control Shadow Mantle, when you consider the fact that the stuff that the Mantle says to Chris implies an intimacy, like understanding of Chris, not necessarily a relationship between them, like oh, do you remember when we did this, but more of a, hey, do you remember how this made you feel? So they clearly know Chris on like an intimate level, but not necessarily that Chris is going to know who they are. And I think that friend is a perfect match for that description, because if friend is indeed tied to Gaster, then Gaster does kind of know everything, because Gaster is in control of the device. So Gaster knows everything about Chris, knows everything about their backstory, and so can utilize friend to utilize the Shadow Mantle to scare the shit out of Chris. So yes, I think that that's very plausible. I don't know who else it could be, other than maybe Ram.
I like the Ram one. I'm hoping that shows up in this section. I'm also interested to see if this includes the theory that the cape that flew off of King in Chapter 1 was the mantle as well. Not that I necessarily have anything interesting to say about that, it's just kind of, I remember seeing that theory floated around that might be the Shadow Mantle.
Can there not be two capes?
Maybe.
No, I'm joking. There's nothing wrong with that theory at all. I'm just raving you for no reason. That's cool. I like it. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and give this a 10, just because I really genuinely can't think of anybody else that it could be, other than, as I say, possibly Ram. I don't think it's Tenor, because I don't think Tenor is anywhere near understanding enough of Chris and their headspace to say, like, didn't you love murdering all those people with Noelle yesterday? Didn't you love being able to say that it wasn't you who did it? Like, Tenor doesn't fucking know about that. Ram shouldn't know about that, and possibly could, depending on who they've spoken to. He's spoken to. But Friend would definitely know about that, because Friend was there. Friend was there in Chapter 2. I fully believe that there is much more evidence that Friend is Mantle than anybody else. If it's not Friend, who the fuck could it be? You have to think about people who would know that about Chris, and there really aren't very many. If anybody other than Friend and possibly Ram. There. That's I rest my case.
I'm at 9. I can't decide between it would be good / preferable to not or not surprised.
I don't think I would want it to be anybody else. Like, I think that it.
Yeah, I think yeah, you've made very good points.
If somebody else shows up in Chapter 5 through 7 who fits the same mold as what I've just described, then yeah, obviously I'll amend the theory and I'll think about it differently. But right now, with what I currently know, which is the point of this survey, what I currently know, Friend is really the only candidate. Even Ram would have had to have been told by Friend. So even if it is Ram, it still leads back to Friend. Yeah. Because nobody else could possibly know what happened in Chapter 2. Do you see where I'm coming from?
I'm with you, yeah.
Right now, I don't think it's Ram, just because there's no distinction between Ram and Friend. Because if it is Ram, Friend told him. So it's just Friend. Even if it's Ram, it's still Friend. Do you see where I'm coming from? Yeah. So yeah, that's what I feel like.
Okay. Next one. Well, I feel like we've already kind of we've already kind of gone into depth with this exact thing. Yeah. The Shadow Mantle itself is the boss. The name of the sprite is SPR_Shadow_Mantle, with no additional words specifying it is the one holding it. That's because the holder is the Shadow Mantle itself. The actual Shadow Mantle armor has the item description of being a black cloak, which is exactly what the holder looks like. For a frame of reference to how cloaks are drawn in the game, King's cloak looks like the mantle holder. I don't even think the real mantle holder actually dropped the mantle to activate the boss battle. This is why it's just black before the battle itself. That For me, it's yet another 10, yet another like high scoring one.
Well, for me, it's actually less scoring.
Yeah?
Because this is implying that nobody is controlling the mantle. That the mantle itself is its own sentient being speaking to Chris. And I don't think that's the case. I think that it is Friend. So, while I do think that the ERAM is the mantle, and that the boss is, the boss that you're fighting is the Shadow Mantle, I don't think that the Shadow Mantle is controlling itself.
Is that what this theory's saying? I think it's just saying that the physical manifestation of the fight is the thing. It's not. I don't see this as necessarily set. I don't know.
Maybe it's just the way that it's worded, but I see it as being like you are literally fighting the mantle on its own terms for its and it is speaking to you, and that's not what I think is happening. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this at a 7, but then I'm gonna put it as other, and then I'm just gonna clarify what I mean.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that necessarily. Yeah, I'll take a second while I write that out. So give me a sec.
I think I'm gonna do the same. Like it's That's I'm done. Let me know when you're ready to move on to the next. Mantle doesn't look like a real word anymore.
No. By the way, I will also say that the person who makes these also made one for the theories before chapter 3. Will make videos going through the responses that they get. Okay. So when we type other and then fill that in, there is a chance. I don't know if they read out absolutely everything, all the responses that they get. They might do. I don't know. But there is a chance that our responses will be read and replied to by the survey creator, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, if I find the like them going through it like a video or a live stream or whatever, then I'll link it to you so you can listen to how they feel about the theories as well.
Cool, thanks.
No worries. Should I read the next one?
Yep, sure.
Shadow Mantle Holder is icy. I told you, I just said just now, do you want me to read it? Before I even read the title. So I just went on a whole journey. I was like, why did I want to read this one?
You know what's great?
What's that?
As soon as you read the title, Susie played.
Yeah. Hell yeah! On one of the Spamton sweepstakes, there was a page for Ice-E sightings by Noelle. It talks of an Ice-E pizza box that Noelle got scared of. Death burned out its eyes. That directly connects Ice-E to the mantle holder because the song that plays during the fight is called Burning Eyes. The boss even has a fire attack. When you burn something, it usually turns black, and the boss is mostly black with a bit of orange to represent the fire. Another thing about the design is that the boss sprite and Ice-E have the same mouth shape. Wow, did not realise that. On the Ice-E page, you can find the code from the page where the chair turns all dark and the friend eyes appear at the end. That explains the friend attack the boss has. If you get a fun value of 56 to 57 in Undertale, Nightmare will appear on the word puzzle.
That's true.
Oh yeah, Ice-E's Icy's
Yeah.
word puzzle. Right. The reverse of the... I was like, why the fuck is that related? But yeah, it's Icy. The reverse of the supposed order for the secret bosses in Chapter 3 is the Knight, and then the Mantle Holder. That's... Hang on, I need to read that again. The reverse of the supposed order for the secret bosses in Chapter 3 is the Knight, and then the Mantle. I don't know what that means. The theme that plays before the boss fight is called Eram, which some think is their name Mare backwards. That makes it sound like Nightmare. I'll be real, there was much more evidence for this than I thought there would be.
Yeah. That.
I don't agree with it, but I applaud the effort.
Yeah, it's a surprising amount. I'm not gonna put it. I'm not gonna put it at flat 1.
Here's the reason why I don't think it's true. If Icy exists, Icy is a lightener.
Yeah.
That's it, really. That's kind of the only thing I've got, which is, I don't think that there is another lightener other than potentially the Knight, if they are a real person. Again, dubious, not sure. But if, really what we're asking here is Icy the Knight? And I don't think Icy is the Knight. I also don't think Icy is friend. I don't think that Icy... I think Icy is a cryptid unto themselves. One of those, truth stranger than fiction. The idea that, we have this incredibly scary cryptid in our real light world, but also there are these scary things in the dark worlds. It's like the horror next door is Icy, representing the fear of the uncanny valley.
Yeah.
I don't think that Icy is specifically related to the plot at all. I think he's just there to be a creepy, scary cryptid thing that we can laugh about because it's not real. Although I have considered the idea, I don't know what it means, but I have considered the idea that his iconic catchphrase "Gias is an acronym of something, like a sentence. I don't know what it could possibly be, but I don't necessarily think that it's just a key smash either.
It's an anagram of "I'm actually a darkener."
It could be an anagram. I hadn't considered that it might be an anagram. I just thought it was one of those how people type in case you missed it as
Oh,
ICYMI.
Oh, not portmanteau. I know the thing you mean.
Acronym.
Yeah, acronym.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what I kind of feel like Giaska is an acronym of something, but I don't know what.
Turns out
the fact that it's appeared in both. Well, the fact that it's appeared in both games, and Susie specifically states that it is Icy's catchphrase in Chapter 2. I don't think that. I think that it's supposed to look like a funny runaway gag, but the same joke isn't funny twice.
Yeah.
So, just something to think about. But yeah, Icy's a weird old creature, but I do not believe that they are related at all to the main plot, and therefore not friend, or the Shadow Mantle Holder, or related to Gaster, or anything. I'm gonna give this a 2, and I'm gonna say it would be disappointing.
It'd be really bad / confusing.
It would be really bad / confusing. Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna put that.
More leaning on the confusing for me than bad.
I just think, yeah, there's a lot of evidence here.
Surprising amount.
Yeah, but I don't think that necessarily makes it make sense.
No. Okay. Shadow Mantle Holder is the red headband. Don't think so.
Could be. No, I know about this one, yeah.
Okay. At the midpoint of the Sword Route game, you go through a door with red horns before you're given the shelter key. Something at the door is referencing the red headband, and this secret boss at the end of the Sword Route even is the red headband. In Chapter 1, if you go to Toriel in the Dreamer House and pick one of the dialogue options, she'll bring up the red headband Chris used to wear when they were younger, but it went missing. This could have been setting up the Dark World location for the place they're currently at.
The door does look a lot like a red devil headband. That's really the only evidence for it. The thing is, you have to remember, before that theory, the most prominent theory of what the headband would be was Ralsei.
Yeah.
And before that, it was Jaru Jaru's pile of Azrael's dust. And that Ralsei was literally Azrael's dust on the red headband, and that just... Anyway, we'll move on from that nightmare. But, yeah, no, I don't believe it, but I do understand why people think that. Because it's definitely like... It's as plausible as anything else, but it's also... I mean, when you look at the mantle in the fight, it does have horns. Not red horns, black horns. Its whole body is black. But I kind of attribute that to like the ties that you would use to tie the cloak, like what you would use to tie the cloak to yourself.
Yeah.
So rather than them being horns, they're just like those long pieces of fabric that you would tie together.
Yeah, no, I
don't think that. No, yeah.
Yeah.
I think of the Shadow Mantle. Here's the thing, and this is going to be very obvious. The mantle is black. If it was red, this would be more plausible, but it's not, right? Really, all we have is that you see it through the red door, which has horns, and there's nothing to. I do think that red door with the horns on it is supposed to symbolise that headband. I'm not sure why or how, but I do think that it is a very specific design. They didn't need to give that door horns. They didn't need it to be red. Sorry, I just made myself laugh with what I just said there. But also, like, if they really wanted to tie them together, they could have made mantle red, and they didn't. They made it black. So I think that specifically does kind of suggest that it's not related. But I think that the door is. I think the door is related to the headband somehow, but I don't know why. Maybe just to creep Chris out. A lot of this stuff in that area is just to scare Chris. It's like, I know more about you than you're comfortable with me knowing, right?
Yeah.
I know how much you enjoyed killing all those people.
Maybe it's implying that the red horn headband, whether it's Ralsei, whether it's something else entirely, will be instrumental in getting into the shelter in the light world.
Could be. Yeah, I definitely think that the red headband has been brought up for a reason. And not just because we are supposed to, use it to imply that Chris wanted to be a monster. I think that there is definitely, like, a bigger story there, a bigger reason. And especially, why did Chris stop wearing it? Right?
Yeah.
Like, why did Chris not want to be a monster anymore? Or something to that effect. I think the biggest story here is what happened to the headband, not, is the headband the secret boss. I'm gonna give this.
So hell, maybe the headband is lost in the shelter.
I think that's very, very likely. I think that's what happened, is that Chris and Des got into the shelter. Chris was, they were maybe attacked by something. Chris lost the headband and
Des lost herself.
And Des, is just lost. I think most people believe that that's what happened. I've definitely heard specifically that a few times, that Chris was wearing the headband when they both went into the shelter, and Chris came out without the headband and Des didn't come out at all. I think, I have heard people say that. So I definitely agree with that assessment. I think that's a very good theory.
Yeah. I think middle of the road, I'm going to give this a 5. Because, like you said, it could be anything. It's unlikely it's this, but it could be anything.
Yeah. I just think, like I say, I think if it was supposed to relate, the Shadow Mantle itself would be red. It's not. Yeah. So, yeah. Shadow Mantle holder is Ralsei.
Oh,
At the midpoint of the sword route... Oh, go on.
I was just catching up.
Okay.
Carry on. No, carry on.
At the midpoint of the sword route game, you go through a door with red horns before you're given the shelter key. Some think the door is referencing the red headband, and that this secret boss at the end of the sword route even is the red headband. People also think the headband is Ralsei. We mentioned that a second ago. Since Chris is playing on the Cat Petters themed knockoff controller that Azrael played on when he played with Chris, who was using the regular controller, that means that there is a player 2 in the sword route in the game Chris is playing. Chris and Ralsei playing would parallel Chris and Azrael doing so too. Nope. Everything about that is right except Ralsei.
Yeah.
Like everything about that I completely agree with, but none of it points to Ralsei to me. Did you put it together that it's a fucking Mad Catz controller?
I think maybe.
The fucking Harlequin Cheshire cat with the grin is a mad cat.
Incredible.
Toby, you've done it again.
Ricky Tony.
I love the knockoff controller being a Mad Catz controller. I love everything about that because it is pink and yellow. I think it's great. Hang on, I need to put my fan on. I'm hot.
It speaks very much to our generation who grew up with the Mad Catz controllers more than...
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it... I especially don't see Ralsei talking to Chris the way the mantle talks to Chris.
Yeah.
Like, that would be shockingly out of character, unless that's how they talk to Chris whenever he makes us think about Susie.
Yeah. No, I don't think Ralsei... Again, that heel turn, evil smirk. I could see Ralsei being a secret bad guy, but I really don't think that that's where the story's going. I could see
us fighting him because he wants to. I could see us fighting him, but it being a very. He doesn't want to fight us. We don't want to fight him. But it's just kind of necessary for either the next step of the prophecy to happen or not happen, depending on how it goes.
I have two points to make.
Mm.
The first is that I don't think that after Ralsei's breakdown in chapter 4, I don't think Ralsei is a secret bad guy.
No.
I think Ralsei is what Ralsei is. I do think that Ralsei is a cowardly fucking liar. I don't necessarily think I trust Ralsei, but I don't think Ralsei is a bad guy. I don't think Ralsei has like negative intentions. I think that Ralsei is very on the level with what they believe and what they want, and I think that at least we can trust in. But I do think that he's a liar by omission, right? He doesn't give the full truth, and he quite often doesn't give any truth at all, or he doesn't offer anything. He also like brushes off all of the Spamton thing. After Chris is upset by that, he's like, I don't think it really meant anything. Clearly it meant something, like come on, do you really think they're stupid? Didn't we were born yesterday like you were? Like, it's crazy. The second thing is that we know what Ralsei was doing throughout the whole of the Iran fight. He was playing Undertale. Or, a game that is supposed to be a lot like it. The game where Ralsei decided that he didn't want to kill anything, and the game, probably Dragon Blazers or something like it, because I know that has a mercy route. But like, Ralsei was playing a video game.
Ralsei was very much in Susie's line of sight at all times, if nothing else.
Yeah, Susie and Ralsei are playing a game together, and Susie's talking about how, like, and there was a moment where Susie went to go get a drink, but I don't think that would have given Ralsei enough time to fight us, as, that would have taken less than a minute. I don't think that Ralsei took a break from the game that he was engrossed in to fight us over something that he wants us to have anyway.
Yeah.
Like, what would be the point of him wanting to test Chris to give him this?
Like, I could see, like, if it gets to a point where Susie explodes at him again, that potentially launching into a fight. I don't think necessarily we'll get to a point where Susie explodes at him again, but if it were to happen, that could launch into a Lancer-esque fight.
Yeah.
Susie versus Lancer-esque fight, rather.
It would be really bad confusing.
Yeah.
And I'm giving it a 1. Shadow Mantle Holder is Ramb.
Okay.
Again, I already explained everything I think about this. Some think the Mantle Holder's name is Eram, and that's pretty close to Ram's name. True. When you go to the S rank room, Ramb is the one who introduces Chris to the Sword Root game. Ramb also turns into stone after you finish the game, after you've defeated the Mantle Holder. And also is like, I know how much you love games. I know that you wanted some real fun. I know that game that Tenno made you play wasn't your idea of fun. So Ramb definitely understands that Chris has like this violent streak in them that wants to go out and fight stuff. But again, if Ramb is the Mantle Holder, there is no way for Ramb to have known what Chris did in Chapter 2's Weird Route unless Ramb had been told. And in my mind, there is no functional difference between Ramb being told by Friend and Friend being the one who is controlling the mantle. Because they both end up the same thing. Friend is influencing the result. So no, I don't think it's Ramb. I think that would just complicate things even more. I think the fact that I think Friend is just the most it's just the Occam's razor to me.
Is confusing though. Like they acknowledge they saw Chris make the fountain. They fully disappear after the mantle fight, and the I don't remember what the Darkener is, but they say they saw Ramb run past and the player sword chase after them or whatever. Something weird's going on with them.
I'm going to type other, and I'm just going to type out a little sentence about why I believe this, because I want it to be like known that, you know, Friend is basically the same thing. So I'll just be a second while I write that out.
Also, as an aside, Adam found out Mad Catz is still around.
Yeah, I know that.
Ugh. So what's the gist of what you're saying? Just basically that, like, it's Friend, if it's anyone else, Friend told them, sort of thing, like you were saying?
Yeah.
No.
I don't have short thoughts about things. I said there is no way for Ramb to have known what Chris did in the Chapter 2 Weird Route, which the Shadow Mantle knows and teases Chris about. I believe if Ramb is the Mantle Holder, they would need to have been told this info by Friend. So regardless of if Ramb or Friend control the Mantle, the instigator is still Friend either way. So I don't think Ramb is controlling the Mantle, because it's just easier to say friend held the mantle.
Yeah, that's fair.
Which is a very long way of saying it, but that's the homie.
The point across.
Yeah.
Moving on, is this the last one on the page? Feels like.
I think so, yeah.
Shadow Mantle Holder is the Knight. They both have similar designs. Completely black, but has a face that only contains a mouth in the middle. The file name of the character is Nightmare, and Night and Night are pronounced the same.
Mm-hmm.
Some think the supposed name of the mantle holder is Eram, and there it lines up more. Eram backwards is mare, and you get nightmare by adding mare after night. Mare also means female horse, which lines up with the popular theory that Night is either Des or Carol and their gender.
Des is a horse.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, dear. The Knight doesn't have too many speaking roles. Read basically none, so this allows for more dialogue for the character. Basically none unless they're the person on the phone in chapter 4, but that's a whole different kettle of theory.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. No. I believe that the Knight is a manifestation of fear, I guess, like people were saying about friend.
Yeah.
I don't think that the Knight is anyone. I think that the Knight is literally the Knight. The N-I-G-H-T, the night that Des went missing.
Yeah.
The Knight is the Knight.
The Knight is... If Image Friend is a manifestation of the concept of fear itself, the Knight is a manifestation of the fear and confusion around Des's disappearance.
Yeah. You know how people say stuff like, you know, the night it went wrong, the night that happened, the night they went away. I think that is what the Knight is. I think the Knight is the night that Des disappeared.
Doesn't look like Askel's truck.
Yeah. The Knight is the truck. The Knight is Truckcoon.
The Knight is the Bergen truck.
Who isekai'd Des her to the end of her life.
Probably someone made a fucking Bergen trucking fan game. And I played
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's on my media thread from last year. I played it.
Oh my god. Okay, I need to go back and read that. I read all of your media thread entries. I somehow memory hold that one.
It is a very silly little game. If I can find the link for it again, I'll send it your way.
Yeah. Sounds great.
It's really funny. Like it's basic for the first like 2 or 3 levels. When you get to the Des level, it goes into a full boss fight.
I really love the idea of like the Knight with all of their like spiky armor and like their like dripping, drooling face and like just sat there hunched over this tiny little controller, like just tapping the buttons. Like the idea of the Knight playing a video game is really funny to me. I don't think that this is the Knight. I don't think that's at all accurate. I'm gonna give that a 1.
A bit disappointing, I guess, yeah. Okay. Next page, what are we on to? Let's say object theories.
Here we go.
What object Rouse is has become a hotly debated topic. These theories try to figure out what is up with Rouse. To make it fair, extra notes have been added to some theories.
Before we get into this,
yeah,
what do you think? I'm interested in what you think overall Rouse is. What is Rouse's deal? Before we go into like theories that could, you know, sway your opinion either way. Like, what are you thinking right now? I
feel like the red headband feels the most Occam's razor explanation to me.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's unclear.
Yeah, it really is. I truly don't have a theory on it.
Yeah.
I think the fact that he can move between dark worlds is. I don't even necessarily think that he's a Darkner.
Yeah, I go back and forth on that.
I don't think he's a Lightner. I think he is a being, something like the Knight, who can move between dark worlds. Whereas obviously the Knight can also do that, but the Knight can also move through light worlds, and I don't think Ralsei can do that. Or I don't think Ralsei believes he can do that. I think maybe he can do that, and he doesn't know that he can do that. That would be where I stand on that. I don't necessarily believe that Ralsei is an object.
Yeah.
Because when you look at the objects, when you look at the Darkners, they're typically like weird little guys, but they're not monsters or humans. Like, some of them are humanoid, you know, they have like bipedal, they wear like suits and jackets and things, and like, you know, but none of them I can think of really have like the same kind of characteristics as Ralsei, in that like he's got a very specific animal goat face, and
yeah.
I don't, and obviously it's supposed to look like or looks like Azrael. So clearly he has been created again to fuck with us. I don't think he's there to fuck with Susie and Chris. I think whoever it is that brought Ralsei into the game knew that we would associate Ralsei with Chris and with Azrael,
yeah,
and be confused about that and question that. Which leads me to believe that, you know, our boogeyman, Gaster, potentially brought him in, or, you know, did something in some way to make Ralsei manifest. I don't necessarily believe that Ralsei is a Darkner. Cut to, you know, 5 lines into chapter 5, where Ralsei explains exactly their whole deal and the fact that they are the headband.
I'm Togor's ashes.
Yeah. So yeah, cool. I'm glad that we talked about that. So
yeah,
let's get into these theories then. You can do the first one if you like.
Feels topical. Ralsei has no physical object.
Yeah.
Some think that Ralsei is a new type of Darkner not yet introduced. Technically introduced. One that doesn't have a light world object. Ralsei appears in every Dark World just fine without having to be moved around from the Grand Fountain. He also doesn't turn to stone like other Darkners. This theory explains why he doesn't turn to stone and was able to teleport to the other Dark Worlds. You also can't find him after the Dark Fountain is sealed. Shouldn't he be here if he has a light world item? Becomes even more confusing when Dark Worlds get closed and reopened during chapter 4. He also says his Dark Fountain is made out of pure darkness, which makes him different from the other Darkners because of the Dark World he came from. Azrael has left quite the mark on Hometown, which is how Ralsei is able to be everywhere all at once. And we know Azrael has been to every location that has been a Dark World so far. Seen other Dark World beings that don't need a light world. Sorry, it's a feature presentation playing, so I've just got a lot of talking in the background.
He's groovy and never groovy.
I'm just gonna give it a sec to play out because it's getting confused. You can't get this from an egg.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Antenna's TV time. Azrael has left quite the mark on Hometown, which is how Ralsei is able to be everywhere all at once. And we know Azrael has been to every location that has been a Dark World so far. We've seen other Dark World beings that don't need light world objects, like the Titans. Lanino and El Nino are things that can be physically seen in the light world. Where the channels are not a physical object. Does that mean things that can't be physically seen in the light world?
Yeah.
Where the channels are not a physical object, he could be the manifestation of Chris's memories of Asriel in the past. The prophecy describes the prince as someone who's alone in deepest dark. That would mean he was always alone. Okay.
I was on board with this until it started bringing Asriel in. I don't think Asriel and Ralsei are related at all. I only think that Ralsei is the way that he is to fuck with the player. Because it wouldn't fuck with Chris. We know that because Chris points out all of the ways in which Ralsei and Asriel are not similar.
Yeah,
to
true.
the point where Susie is like, okay, I get it. They're not the same. And then when you speak to Ralsei in chapter 3, you say, your face. And he's like, what's wrong with my face? And you can say, seen it before. And he's like, well, this is just my face. I don't know what you mean. But, like, it's very, very clear that Chris does not look at Ralsei and see Asriel.
Yeah.
Only we do, because we know what Asriel looks like as a kid. Also, remember, Ralsei looks like Asriel did when Asriel was a kid. Asriel is now a teenager. He's at college.
Yeah.
So he's not going to look like Ralsei. He's going to look older. He's going to be like, you know, getting on to like young adult. So like, I think everybody's got this specific image in their mind. This is the only thing that we know about Ralsei, is that he looks like Asriel did in Undertale. But I don't think Asriel is going to look like in Deltarune like he did in Undertale. I think he's going to look completely different. I think that Ralsei looks the way that he does because Gaster knows that we are going to be fucked up by that.
Yeah.
Or whoever it is that, maybe not Gaster, but whoever it is that decided that Ralsei should take this form, knew that the players would associate, and therefore that is why Ralsei looks like the way that Ralsei does. So I think that there is no relation between Asriel and Ralsei.
My only other theory is that he's an object that's on Chris's person that we, for whatever reason, can't see in their inventory. We don't have access to.
Yeah, I've heard people say that Ralsei might be the knife. That might actually be one of these things. But I won't go looking. I'll wait until we get there. But that might be one of these, because I have heard people say that recently. So yeah, I'm gonna rate Ralsei has no physical object as an 8, but I'm gonna say other, and I'm gonna say I don't think Asriel is at all related. Yeah.
I'm gonna bump up to a 9, I think. Oh, it's a banging soundtrack.
Alright, let's go. Next one.
Okay, one sec. Okay, let's see what we got next. Ralsei has a physical object.
Absolutely not. Give it a 1 and move on.
Not specifically headband theory, it comes individually too. Okay. Something Ralsei has a proper light world object. Ralsei views both himself and darkness as lesser. It's something we see often from him, and it's because he isn't any different. In the scene where Susie learns about how darkness works, she gets mad at Ralsei for him not considering himself or the darkness not real. Or not considering himself or the darkness real. Darkness are a metaphor for fiction, and the chapter 3 conversation shows the two sides one can take of seeing it as real because it makes you feel something or dismissing it all. After learning this, Susie treats objects with more respect, like the TV and such. The way darkness work is clearly incredibly important thematically, so it'd be weird if Ralsei lacked a light world object. Him not having a light world object would only help prove his point and muddy the themes. Ralsei gives example for darkness and what light world objects they are before saying, "Even I, the one telling you this, I too am." Whether or not he was going to say what he was going to say right there, the dialogue makes less sense if he has no object if he too is like them. Points against no light world object theory. He also doesn't turn to stone because he is one of the 3 heroes who has to fulfill his prophecy. That's why he belongs in every dark world. His dark world is made of pure darkness because it's a closet, and the purpose of a closet is to store anything. He also has prophecy knowledge just fine like other darkness with objects like Jevil and Spamton. The reason why you play as Susie for one prolonged stretch in her own fountain is because Chris is getting Ralsei back to where they are in some sort of way. Prophecy roles are shown to be intentionally vague and fitting multiple characters, so Ralsei didn't have to have been the original. Yeah, I agree, Adam. The fact that people can't decide on a concrete theory on what Ralsei is genuinely should speak to the brilliance in Toby's writing. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever considered the fact that turning to stone makes you monochrome?
Oh, yeah.
I told you. You see it everywhere. Once you're looking out for that grayscale, turning to stone, becoming a goner. Same thing. Maybe the reason Ralsei can't turn to stone is because he is already a goner.
Ah.
He is already stone. He was just coloured in with care.
Interesting.
That's all I'm saying. I think I'm cooking with that.
What if the object is our goner from the beginning?
People have said that maybe Ralsei is our goner. I've heard that before. Yeah.
Damn it! I have no original thoughts.
I'm sorry. I don't.
The only original thing I have is fucking amalgamate, and even that I'm sure I got from somewhere.
I don't mean to shit on your originality. I truly don't. I just think I'm trying to make it seem more like validated because. Yes, you're onto something. Like, other people have said this, you know. I'm not trying to be like, yeah, that's unoriginal. I'm trying to like gas you up. I'm like, no, you're right. I've heard other people say that. Your head is definitely screwed on. So here's something interesting about the where he says, "Even I, the one telling you this, I too am." The dialogue makes less sense if he has no object, if he too is like them. That's not true. Because that's not what he says. What he says, and I will read this out verbatim, and then I will delve a little deeper so that you understand where I'm going.
Yeah, sure.
In the light world, in reality, Lancer is just an average playing card. Queen is just a laptop. In other words, when the lights come back on, this world is no longer real. The places you go, the people you meet, none of them are. Even I, the one telling you this, I too am.
Okay.
That is 2 separate thoughts. That is not...
Yeah, that is not 2 sentences back to back. That is...
He is not saying Lancer is an average playing card. Queen is a laptop. Even I too am. He is saying they are objects. When the lights come on, this world is no longer real. None of this is real. Even I am not real.
Yeah.
That's what he's getting. That's what he's cut off there. Because then immediately Susie after that says, "But Ralsei, how can you say you're not real?" And it's like that is what he's implying. You know, he's not saying I'm an object. He's saying I'm not real. And that is that is a distinction from saying I am an object. So he could be an object, but he's not specifying that in that sentence. What he is saying is I am as real as the places and people you are meeting, which is to say not at all. So that's...
Yeah.
Just wanted to clarify that, because I think that is a bit of a misinterpretation of his meaning there.
You want to go ahead and start writing your other now?
You fuck. I could do. No, I'm not that, like... It's fine that they've said it. I just don't think it's... Hell yeah. Pull me out. I deserve it. Drag me. Yeah,
so I'm just... shoots whipped cream.
Oh, I love that line. Susie's the best. Oh my god. Anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say that, just specifically because I don't think Ralsei is an object at all. I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna be generous. I'm gonna give it a 3 because we don't know.
Yeah,
we truly don't know.
I'm gonna give it a 5 because I can still be swayed either way. Like I put no physical object at a 9. I'm putting this at a 5 because I can truly see this going either way. I can truly see this really just going like, yeah, I don't know. It's tough.
Yeah.
Anyway. I'm gonna say not surprised because I'm hedging my bets on both being true.
Well, I think if Ralsei was an object in the light world, then in chapter 2, when Chris takes Jevil, takes Lancer and Rules and potentially Starwalker if he found Starwalker.
Yeah.
Ralsei would be like, and don't forget me, your favorite headband knife. Like, that's not my voice for Ralsei. I don't know why I did that, but that is what I would. That is what I would have expected.
Mm.
And there's really no reason for Ralsei to withhold that information if he's just going to give that information anyway in chapter 3. You know, it's like, why secrecy? Why not just say I'm an object? Why state that you are not real instead of saying I too am this object specifically? Why not state, hey, by the way, in the light world, I appear as this, so make sure to grab me, because I'll come with you to chapter 3 and chapter 2. And like, why does he have to appear the way that he does if he's an object?
Oh, actually, case in point as well, Chris has to leave to get the ball of junk, and it's implied Ralsei's still with Susie at that point. Yeah. He doesn't leave with them, so okay.
Oh yeah, so he can't be something that's on Chris's person then, yeah.
Yeah, okay, that throws that out for me.
Oh, well anyway. Let's keep going. Let's keep digging.
Oh no, anyway.
let's break all of your dreams tonight.
Hell yeah. Ralsei is a plushie. Tennis straight up shows Ralsei as plushie. Maybe this is hinting at Ralsei being a plushie in the light world. It's implied that Chris and Des have played around with Shawm and fixed them up. He's also a plushie, and because of how strongly Ralsei looks up to Chris, there is likely a connection here. It would make him connect to the night plan if Des is the night. Points against no light world object theory. People say Rousey isn't acknowledged as someone familiar in Chapter 3, but Tenna shows a plushie of Rousey at the very start of the chapter. For this theory, at least here, Tenna literally shows him as he is. No. I don't know. I don't buy it, just insofar as you can give Rousey a Rousey plush. Rousey plushes just exist in the Dark Worlds.
Yeah. It's lampshading the fact that you can
buy it from Fangamer
in the real world. Yeah, it's like the joke is, here is merchandise, here is advertising for the merchandise. You can dunk him in milk and throw him at the wall. Like, there's really, yeah, there's nothing about that to me that suggests that Tenna is like, oh, did you know Rousey is actually a plush? Because again, we literally start most chapters in Chris's bedroom. If Rousey had a plush, if Rousey was a plush, it would probably have been a plush of Asriel made by Toriel for him as a kid. That's, you know, if we're saying that Rousey is a plush, he's a plush that looks like Asriel and at least the Dreamer, the Goat family. So it would be implied that he should be there in Chris's room. There should be a little guy on a shelf that looks like a plush of Asriel. And there isn't one. There's nothing like that. There's no hint that there's anything like that. There's no hint that there has ever been anything like that. The only thing we've ever gotten about Asriel as a kid is him being obsessed with Yoshi. And that's, you know, that's really all we know. So, yeah, no, I don't think that Rousey is a plushie.
Yeah. I'm giving this one a generous 2.
It doesn't explain why Rousey can go between worlds at all.
No.
I don't, because if Rousey
it confuses it more. It muddies the waters a lot more.
Yeah, because if Rousey is a Darkner object, then Rousey should be under the same rules as the other Darkner objects, and he's not. So he's clearly something else. That's how I feel.
Yeah.
Giving it a 1, and I'm saying it would be really bad / confusing.
Yeah. I'm giving it a generous 2.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
Next one. Do you want me to do it?
Yeah, go for it.
Rousey is Chris's red headband.
Rousey is icy.
The scarf... Yeah, Rousey is icy. Fucking hell. The scarf Rousey has is described as being red, even though it's pink. Yeah, that's what pisses me off about the headband theory. That's 100%. That, right there, that sentence is why I don't think Rousey is Chris's red headband. Because his horns are fucking pink. They're not red. Anyway, sorry. This matches with the colours of everyone's changes, becoming more bright and colourful in the Dark World. Sure. This means that his pink-looking horns and eyes are also just red, just like the red headband. After the Card Kingdom in Chapter 1, if you go to Toriel and pick one of the dialogue options, she'll bring up the red headband Chris used to wear when they were younger, but it went missing. They really wanted to fit in with the rest of monsters, mostly his family, but mostly his brother. The whole town talks about Asriel and all the amazing things he has done, while Chris is seen as weird in comparison. They're in the shadow of their brother. True. It explains why Rousey looks like Asriel and has a similar name. It explains his adoration and their scenes together for Chris, and would answer what the mystery of what Rousey even is. Points against no light world object theory. None of the currently worn clothing Susie, Birdie, Noelle, Toriel, Undyne or Chris has turns into darkness. The red headband was only clothing and wouldn't establish the same relationship the other light world objects would before finally entering the Dark World. It was literally a part of Chris, and now we see Rousey talk about becoming more of his own person and such. It would also completely dismiss all the connections he has with Asriel and Chris. Darkners get their history based on what they are in the light world was... based on how what they are in the light world was treated. So he would have to have one for this to make sense. Yeah, no. For me, no.
I think as well, like, pointing out their clothes don't change, but we're talking about clothes. Like, it feels weird. I don't know. I'm confused about the point that's being made there.
I'm just going back into chat because I haven't been looking at it, and I'm sorry about that.
Yeah,
Alan's making some really good points. The fact that people can't decide on a concrete theory of what Rousey is genuinely should speak to the brilliance in Toby's writing, by the way.
Yeah.
I totally agree. I think that any time that there is a confusion about who a character is and what they are and like what their motivations are, it's just so it just shows such a savvy on Toby's part of like knowing his audience. He is so good at leading us down a specific line of thinking, and then completely subverting that expectation, like at the last moment, and it just shows so well, especially in his characters. So yeah, I do think that there's more to Rousey. We are supposed to think that he is an object, but I don't think that is the case. Because many other games, you can have your fan base solve the entire plot before release. Yeah, totally. We've seen that a few times. And I do agree that there's something up with Rousey that's weird and different from other Darkners. It just makes too much sense that there's something there. Yeah, that's exactly right. Sorry. You can go back into your point now. I'd missed those messages.
No, it's fine. I think I mentioned the quality of Toby's writing one, but yeah, the rest I hadn't read out. No, yeah, I'm just a bit confused about the points against no light world object theory section, because like it feels like they're trying to argue against the headband. Like we know the headband meant something to Chris because they wanted to be a monster, so there would be emotional attachment to it. We know the clothes don't change because they're being worn. Like a discarded piece of clothing, like the headband, would presumably transform. Okay, so I'm talking myself again much further out of it's an object on Chris.
Yeah, well, Chris isn't wearing the headband anymore, so
yeah.
I think that there is more to the idea that he is the headband than to the knife for me. Simply because the knife is always on Chris, and we have seen Rousey outside of Chris. Yeah. So that to me kind of is a non-starter. But it could be the red headband. I mean, there's definitely a world in which Chris and Des went into the shelter. Chris lost their headband. Des just lost herself, and that headband was then turned into what we now know as Rousey. And Rousey is more than the sum of his headband parts. In order to make a Darkner, Gaster needed an object which could become a Darkner, and so he got the headband. And that is why Rousey looks the way he does, because he, is formed from a headband that Chris wore to make himself look more like a dreamer. I can see that being plausible. Right, I can see that being. I can see that being the case, but I don't think it's really anything to do with Azrael. I think it's to do. I think it. The only reason I can think of Rousey being the red headband is because whoever created Rousey needed an object to make a creature that they could put all of this prophecy knowledge into.
Yeah.
So really what we're saying here is Rousey was created just for simplicity's sake, because it's the shelter we're talking about. Rousey was created by Gaster. It means the same thing as Rousey is the red headband that Gaster used to make Rousey. It means the same thing, right? Either way, Gaster created Rousey. Whether or not he used the headband or not to do it, I think that is what we are looking at.
Yeah.
But either way, I don't think it really matters. Outside of it being like a cool little foreshadowing thing. Like, oh, whatever happened to that red headband? Oh, it's been following you all along. But like, also, the real kicker isn't that it was the red headband. The real kicker is that Azrael was created by. So Ralsei was created by Gaster. And yeah, they could be the same thing.
Yeah.
So yeah. Funny enough, I think that has maybe talked me more into this than anything else, because I can see it being plausible that the red headband was lost in the bunker that was then used to create Ralsei.
Yeah,
I can see that being the case. I don't think any of this other stuff is really relevant to that.
No.
So that is I can see that being how that was done. So I'm going to give this a 6, and I'm going to say I really wish there was one in between that says I would be surprised, because I would be, but I don't.
I mean, you could just put that in other.
I'm just gonna put I would not care / mind,
Mhm.
because to me, Ralsei being an object or not isn't really important. I care more about what Ralsei knows than what Ralsei is. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the next one, which we theorized might be in this list,
Yeah.
is in this list.
Is Chris's knife. I think this looks to be the last one on the page.
Yeah.
Some believe the object Ralsei has to be on Chris because of how Ralsei is able to be everywhere all at once. Okay, Adam, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out.
See you later, dude. It was good seeing you.
Yeah. The knife is something Chris actually has on them. We see it during the chapter 1 and 2 ending, and in chapter 4. It explains why Ralsei is able to walk between dark worlds, because the fountain is being made because of the night plan. Then Ralsei didn't turn to stone like other darkness. He is a part of Chris. It's the reason why you play as Susie for one prolonged stretch in her own fountain, is because Chris is getting Ralsei back since he wasn't always in the dark world since the start. That dark world wasn't made by someone in on the night plan. Went against no light world object theory. This theory also explains how Ralsei is able to move around weirdly. I liked it up until I talked myself out of it earlier by saying it can't be something on Chris's person.
The reason why you play as Susie for one prolonged stretch in her own fountain is because Chris is getting Ralsei back. When do we play as Susie in her own fountain?
Fighting the Gerson statue.
Oh yeah, we're walking around as Susie. That's right. I forgot about that. Okay.
Yeah. Statue?
Okay.
Whatever it is.
Yeah, monochrome copy. Statue.
Yeah. Armor, whatever it is.
Because that dark world wasn't made by someone in on the night plan. Yeah. I always thought it was weird. This is not related, sorry, but I always thought it was weird that Ralsei wasn't weird about Susie making a dark world. It implies that he knows that Susie made the dark world, which means that he probably also knows that Chris made the third world, light world. I think Ralsei does know.
He has to. Like, he knows the prophecy word for word, and that thing is really specific when it needs to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with 1, and I'm going to go with other, and I'm going to type in chapter... at the end of chapter 1, Chris leaves the Dark World to grab the stuff.
That's the start of chapter 2.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
I'm basically saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Um. There we go.
Is there a specific object you feel was forgotten about in this category?
No, not really, I don't think. Anything you can think of?
Just that Rousey was created by
Yeah, but that's
Gaster or whatever.
but that's not that's not really.
Yeah, it's not really like Rousey being an object or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to type anything in there.
Yeah. Okay.
I do need the bathroom before we move on, so I'm going to hit next and then
Sure.
I'll be right back.
Night and fountain theories. I won't read the theory itself just yet. We are into Roaring Night and Fountain theories. There are a bunch of different theories about who the Knight is and where the Dark Worlds will be. A bit too many if you ask me. We have to go through them one by one and rate them. And also some theories about the fountains that will be in the game. We'll get into the first theory, Death Knight, when Eila gets back.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Okay, night theories.
Yeah. We start off strong with Death Knight. I've ended up down a bit of a rabbit hole because I saw Perry post on the Discord about some Sonic stuff that leaked.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, apparently there's a definitive edition of Sonic Frontiers. The Sega themselves haven't even announced yet, but has been spotted on store shelves.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, fucking crazy. Anyway, Death Knight. The Knight looks nothing like a regular Lightner, and Death being stuck in the code or depths for so many years would fit. She's no longer what she used to be. The Knight has antlers just like Holiday's. The knife of the Knight turns into a baseball bat for a moment before the battle, and we know Death had a baseball bat and played with it a lot. Chris and Death were good friends when they were younger, so the team-up Chris has with the Knight makes the most sense if it's Death. It's literally all snowy when she first appears. There's a lot of setup for Death in Chapter 3, and this will be recontextualized as build-up for her first appearance at the end of the chapter. A twist related to a missing sibling is very similar to Mother 3, which Toby has been inspired by heavily, and can already be seen with Undertale.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think Up until very recently, I was all in on Death's Night.
Yeah. But now you... Yeah.
I think very differently now, but that, I think this is a really good theory. I think if of everybody who it could be, who taking my theory out of it, if it is an actual person, to me the strongest candidate is Des. More than anything else, I think that Des is like, how do I put this? She's interesting enough in the narrative that it's like not it wouldn't be weird. I think it's the most obvious answer, which could be a thing against it, but it's like, again, Occam's razor. I just don't think that anybody else, when you look at what the Knight's motivations seem to be and all the kind of evidence around it with the bat and everything, I don't think, if it is a person, it's got to be her. It would make the most sense in the narrative.
Yeah.
But one of the reasons I don't believe it is because the Knight isn't lost. Well, not in a physical sense, maybe in a mental sense. They have lost their mind. But I don't think lost girl necessarily means, mad. I think lost means, missing. And the Knight isn't missing. We've seen them. So if it is Des, then we found her.
And presumably Carol knows where/who the Knight is, so it would be very weird to define Des as lost if her mother knows where she is.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if Carol does know where Des is. The whole thing's very strange to me. So I'm gonna go ahead and give it a 9, just because I do think that it is the most plausible, and I'm gonna say I would not be surprised.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on. Boy.
Oh my.
Carol,
you got this
one? Yeah. Oh, sorry, do you want to? Or...
No, go ahead.
Okay. Carol has been set up to be an intimidating character. She has a lot of power over the town and would easily be able to do a night plan, possibly looking for her daughter Des, who is in the code. Carol has a big katana in her kitchen, which looks exactly like the Knight's knife.
And her bedroom.
Yeah. We also see Chris talking with someone on the phone about the night plan. It seems to be Carol with how she appears at Noelle's house after this person is told to hurry up on the phone call. We also see Carol talking to Chris before they leave, as if they have a strong bond. Unless you turn on the toy.
Yeah. Unless you turn the toy on and completely miss that. Yeah, like I did.
The Knight has antlers like the Holidays, just like Carol.
True. Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe this.
No.
I think that Carol is being... Let me put it this way. Carol is definitely a bad parent to Noelle. She is definitely, abusive. If not physically, then definitely emotionally abusive to Noelle. However, let me say it. I don't believe that she is a villain of the story right now. I don't think we've got enough evidence to imply that she is the villain. What I see is a mother who is holding on very tightly, helicopter parenting, the surviving child that she has, and potentially putting all of the hopes and dreams that she had for Des onto Noelle, and trying to make Noelle cow to her and make her into the person that Carol wanted Des to be. I don't necessarily think that Carol is in league with a Knight or in league with anybody. I just think that Carol is looking for Des, and very upset about what happened, and is putting all of that onto Noelle unfairly. That's what I think Carol's kind of purpose in the story is to show a grieving parent and how that grief can manifest as strictness, and being a total hard ass to Noelle, but not actually like I just don't think that she's a very compelling villain. Like, she's not interesting to me as a villain. She's more interesting to me as like a mother on the edge.
Yeah. I mean,
so that's how I choose to interpret her.
Yeah.
And I mean, I've not really said this at all this whole stream, but one thing I've always been said to you is, like, if I'm wrong about I know I state my opinions as if they are fact. Like, I can be very, very, like, single-minded in what I say about stuff. But if I am wrong, and, I am more than happy to, like, completely erase this idea from my mind. Like, I don't hold on to any of these things, like, if it's wrong, it's wrong, right? But at the end of the day, that is, right now, before Chapter 5 comes out, knowing what we currently do about her, that is how I feel. And there are definitely members of the fandom who look at Carol and maybe see her as an out-and-out villain, irredeemable for what she says and does to Noelle. And I can completely understand that. That is very justified. But I do look at it a bit more three-dimensionally, and I don't mean that to mean that people are like, stupid or bad or wrong, but just, to me, she is a complicated character. It is not a black and white morality thing. It is very grey for her, for me. Yeah. So that's how I feel. And she could go either way right now, and I would not be surprised in either direction. But right now, I do not think that she is the villain that the community has kind of believed her to be. I think that she has very justifiable reasons for why she acts like she does, but they are not good reasons in terms of how she treats Noelle. That's how I feel.
Yeah. And all of this, not to even mention the fact the knight beats us to the church fountain.
Yeah.
The knight has been shown to be able to physically carry Undyne, presumably to the bunker.
Yeah. No, I think, yeah. I don't think Carol is the knight. But what I've obviously just been saying, I don't think Carol is even a villain, really. No. At this point.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think it's possible.
No. Like you've got like bigger picture stuff. I'm just kind of I'm just throwing in the little.
Honing in directly on this, yes.
Yeah.
It does make sense.
The little nitpicks here and there.
Yeah, people forget this. The first person to show up after that conversation on the phone, I'll be right there, is not Carol, it's Asgore. Asgore, and I'm not saying it's Asgore on the phone, but we can't just look at who turns up as being the person who was on the phone, because Asgore also turns up. So,
and even then, I'll be right there might be referring to I'll be right there to the church.
Yeah.
To set up the next Dark Fountain.
Literally.
And once again, weird route. Carol calls at the end of the phone, and it's not all weird and garbled like it is when we're talking to presumably the knight.
Yeah. Yeah, we're specifically, again, being led to believe a certain outcome, a certain narrative. But the thing is, that whole text conversation has tons of holes in it. We're getting fractions of fragments of sentences. We're not getting full picture stuff at all. The idea that you could draw any kind of conclusion from what we're hearing on the phone is, to me, personally, frankly, ludicrous. I just don't believe it at all. So I don't think Carol is on the phone at that point. No. I don't know who Chris is speaking to, but it's likely the knight. Yeah. But I don't know. So yeah, I don't believe that Carol is the knight. I'm going to give that a 1.
Yep.
And I'm going to say it would be disappointing, because I don't think it would be confusing. There's plenty of evidence for it, but it would be disappointing because I don't think it's going in that direction.
Okay.
Rudy night. I'll read this one out.
Yep.
The knight has antlers like the holidays, so it could be Rudy. No. Sorry. It's just when it's just like one sentence, I just want to like react immediately. The knight is tall while in the dark world, and would probably still be tall in the light world like Rudy. Rudy pretending to be sick is the perfect ploy. We also see him at the church just fine. What?
Pretending.
Pretending, yeah. So he isn't even consistent with it. Okay. He's playing it too safe. Some think the knight's presence is linked with sickness, and that connects it to Rudy. The knight's ribgate is shown at the start of the boss fight, and that related it to Rudy's sickness being in his lungs.
Okay.
So, we'll unpack this. The first thing that really annoys me is the idea that we see him at the church so he isn't consistent. Because he very clearly is pushing through something in order to be there. The fact that when everybody stands up to sing the song, he doesn't stand. Everybody else stands up, when the song plays, and he's just sat there. Actually, that's the reason why I even noticed him in the first place, because everybody else stands up and he doesn't. And I was like, what's that? Oh, it's Rudy. Oh, yeah, of course he can't stand up. He's not well. So that's like where my, brain immediately went to.
Yeah.
Empathized with the fact that Rudy was even there at all.
Yeah. And the dialogue makes it explicitly clear that, it's a big deal that he's there, that he needs to get back to the hospital ASAP.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's lovely that he's there for Noelle. I don't think he's a bad guy, secret or otherwise. I do think he is a small amount misogynistic in that way that Gen X very young boomer parents are, where he calls women sweetheart, and he's just got a certain vibe about him which makes me think that he was a bit of a player. He doesn't really treat women with respect, but I don't think that makes him a bad person. I think that makes him very relatable. I think it makes him very interesting, because there's like a little flaw in his otherwise perfect sick father, who can speak no evil of him. I think he's a really kind character. He cares very much about Noelle. He wants her to play games with him, and he wants her to feel like he's getting better, and he clearly loves her a lot. And he said, he loves Carol a lot too. He talks about Carol, in like glowing ways, and so it's like, yeah. I just don't think that he. I think that he is genuinely sick.
The problem I have. Sorry, you go on.
No. I'm just waffling. Go on.
I'll say the problem I have with this, with the way this is presented, is it wants to have it both ways. He's faking his sickness, but also the night is tied into his sickness. Pick a lane and stick to it.
Yeah. Is he sick or not?
Yeah, I can buy into the idea that being the Roaring Knight is what's making him sick. There was a time where I kind of went into that theory. I kind of thought that myself, but. No, pick a damn lane.
Yeah, I just don't think it makes sense. If Rudy is the knight, then who's controlling him? That would probably be Carol. Who's controlling Carol? Maybe whoever's in the bunker. It's like, you're so many steps removed from who the actual villain is that I just don't think. I think that the knight is clearly has an agenda of their own and is working for a very specific goal. Yeah. I don't think that goal aligns with what we know about Rudy, and I do think that if it is somebody that is so far down the totem pole as Rudy, and I mean that with all respect to the guy, I just don't see how there aren't further just further. That's not an answer. That's just further questions. Well, then who told you to be the knight? How did you come in? How did you decide to do that? And also somebody else mentioned this recently. I don't know who it was, but Rudy is also mostly optional. You're never forced into an interaction with Rudy. You can meet him in the hospital if you choose to go there. You can speak to him at the church if you choose to speak to him. but you're never put in a situation where you and Rudy have officially met on purpose in the canon of the game, which makes me feel like Rudy can't be the knight because the knight is in the prophecy and Rudy is not. The prophecy has to happen and Rudy is optional. So if Rudy is revealed as the knight, then that means that at some point we would need to speak to Rudy in a way that would make us think that he's the knight. And I just don't think that hasn't happened yet. Again, chapter 5, if it happens, I will completely, own up. But I just don't see it. Right now, I just don't see it.
I think there is some other stuff as well. I mean, like, there's only so much they can really go into it, but like, there's some stuff this is missing as well. Like, I think on the weird route, Rudy kind of is a little bit cold towards bringing Susie to his hospital. I think in chapter 4 it is. I think in the weird route, chapter 4.
No, he just says, like, why are you bringing her here? As in, like, this isn't a good place to take a girl on a date. Again, it kind of reads into his misogynistic tendencies for me, rather than it being, like, actually hating Susie. He definitely sees her as, like... Because obviously he's heard Noelle go on and on about Susie. He says, like, oh, so this is Susie, right? Yeah. And then he's doing that dad thing of, like, testing whether this girl is good for his daughter.
Yeah.
Which is a shitty parent thing to do. I'm not saying it's a good thing that he does, but it is what he's doing. I don't think he dislikes Susie at all. In fact, I think he probably quite likes her, because she probably reminds him of him when he was younger, because they are, kind of similar. And I think that he finds it funny that Noelle would go for someone like Susie, knowing what he was like when he was young. I think he likes Susie. I think he just gives her a hard time because he knows she can take it, and if she couldn't take it, she wouldn't be good enough for Noelle.
Yeah.
That's how I feel that he thinks about Susie. But yeah, I don't read any coldness in his interactions with her. Is there a specific thing that he says outside of just why did you bring her here that you think?
Isn't that dialogue Weird Route exclusive though?
It could be. I've never done the Weird Route. I don't know. I've watched it, but I haven't played it.
Yeah, I think there is some like specific dialogue in the chapter 4 Weird Route if you take her to the hospital where like this is post the night fight. So but then why would he not have the same reaction in the chapter 3 version? In the non-Weird Route, version.
That's right. Festival tomorrow. Told Noelle I'd go support her. Chris, why the hell did you bring your friend here? I don't know, man. Chris, why did you? Ha 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 ha. It's just so crazy. You gotta laugh. Susemeister, nice seeing you at church today. Thanks. You feeling any better? I'll get there. Church was just a lot. You going to the festival tomorrow? Oh, this is the... Okay. Total left field. She's top shelf. Ha ha ha, top shelf. I don't know if this is the Weird Route thing. I think this might be like... I
might be misremembering what I read.
Yeah, because I think I just missed... I think I thought this was all Chris, but actually this is him and Susie talking back and forth.
Yeah.
Bring him by the window, I'll throw something at him. That's when he's talking about Birdley.
Yeah.
Could you bring it by tomorrow? Print the basket. Brings me an apple too. Chris, you didn't bring anything, did you? Chris, bring up a new topic. We can bring you to our castle town. That would be for a tenner. Bring extra to the campsite. Yes, extra smalls to the campsite. That's the song. Yeah, I can't see anything in here that's... I'll just type the word bring in case it wasn't clear.
No, fair enough.
And I can't find anything. Let me Google it, because somebody would have talked about it. Oh, okay. What do you guys make of this dialogue with Rudy from chapter 4? You can only get if you didn't introduce Susie to him in chapter 2. And that's when he says, Chris, why the hell did you bring your friend here? Yeah, I don't know, Chris, why did you? It's just so crazy you gotta laugh. And then he's like, ... So that does imply that... I think what that implies to me is that he's embarrassed that Susie would see him in this state more than he's upset to see her.
Yeah.
He's like, Chris, what the fuck are you doing? Susie doesn't want to see me like this. You know, I'm really sick. What the fuck are you doing bringing her here? It's not like a, why is she here? You know, it's like a, why the fuck did you bring her here?
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think he hates Susie.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, yeah, and that is such a specific setup you have to do.
Yeah. Alright, next one. Noel Night.
I still need to rank this one. Whoops.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Ram says Chris played with the girl ages ago. They had a good connection with each other. He mentions how they played with Queen and King. The knight has to be the girl, but why? Because all the Dark World are based around these playtimes they had, and they based those on Dragon Blazers, and Dragon Blazers based on Lord of the Hammer. And Lord of the Hammer is based on the prophecy, thus making it a sort of loop. It's possible the girl could be Noelle because they were good childhood friends and their families were close. The knight has antlers like the holiday, so it could be Noelle. I feel like they should have put that in the Death Knight section, honestly.
I don't think any of this points to Noelle. I think it all points to Des.
Yeah, this is. These are excellent points, but you've put them on the wrong holiday.
Yeah, because the girl is obviously the girl. What they're talking about there is the prophecy mentions, you know, the girl, and then Ramb also calls her the girl. But the girl is Des that Ramb is talking about. The girl is not Noelle.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mention that.
Yeah. I don't know what number to give this one because, like, the thought.
I'll give it a 1.
I think I'm just gonna put like the theory. The theory is solid. Points to all this points to Death rather than Noelle to me. Yeah, I think that's enough. I'll give it a 1 actually. I think like a 5 because I think the ideation is good, but the ultimate conclusion is where it falls off. But it being cyclical, it being self-fulfilling, like them playing this based on a thing, based on a thing, based on a thing that becomes their future. That really sparks the Death Knight in me even more.
Yeah, there's something inevitable about it.
Yeah. Oh boy, okay. I guess we had to have this one sooner or later.
1, move on.
Events of the game line up with when Sans and Papyrus moved into town. That could mean they're behind the Dark World, specifically Papyrus. No, Undertale Papyrus makes a joke at one point about him hiding in the closet, and some people think the knight is also hiding in the closet. That joke could have been foreshadowing. The body shape of the knight is somewhat similar to Papyrus. The Skeleton Brothers' interviews on Undertale's 9th anniversary has a part that's referencing knight theories, and Papyrus ends up saying, "I'm the villain!" which could be hinting at his true role. There are specific attacks from the knight that are inspired by Starman from Earthbound, but Papyrus was also inspired by Starman.
Yeah. True. He's got the Starman logo on his battle body.
Yeah.
Again, there's good evidence for it. I just don't believe it.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it would be really bad / confusing, because it would be really bad and confusing. Yes. I just don't...
Yeah.
I've said before that, like, I really love Papyrus in Undertale. He's like one of my favourite characters. I think he's a big fan favourite. It's not like a weird thing to say that, but I can't think of an amount of screen time that he could have at this point that would be enough for me in Deltarune. obviously I would love to see him, and I'm really hopeful that he shows up at some point. But I don't want... Why couldn't he have been there from chapter 1, you know? He's being hidden for a reason. I know, I can imagine that is the case. I don't think that reason is because he's the knight, or even really involved in what's going on in town. But I do wonder where he has been and what he is doing and why we haven't seen him, and that it's kind of upsetting to me that he hasn't been around. Because I really would like to see him in this game and, talk to him and...
I feel like he's an inevitability for Chapter 5.
I've heard that he might be the secret boss of Chapter 5, but considering we haven't had a Lightner as a secret boss, I don't think that's going to happen.
Depending on how you look at the knight and the old man.
The old man is a Darkner to me.
Yeah, that's fair.
But the knight, yeah, that's a good point.
It's... I feel like he's an inevitability for Chapter 5 because the last we saw him in a newsletter was him watering flowers, and all signs point to Flower King.
True.
Also, what if the younger brother Sans was talking about wasn't Iris? What if it's the other brother who can't be mentioned by name or the game crashes?
Yeah. Yep. He specifically hasn't mentioned Papyrus by name.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would really mess with people.
Yeah.
If he mentions his brother fucking Wingaster.
Oh, you mean my green dad and my orange mom?
Yeah.
Sorry to hear about your dad killing himself, by the way.
Stupid.
I am not gonna let that one go.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Moving on.
No. No. Just
yeah.
no.
Why would you do the same thing again? I'll read it out. In Undertale, Asriel had a bunch of star attacks in his final battle. The knight also has that in the night fight. This imagery would be weird to repeat unless it meant something. Asriel was also originally going to have a baseball bat in Undertale, but the idea was scrapped. In Deltarune, we can see the knife of the knight briefly turn into a baseball bat. This could mean the knight is Asriel. This would fall in line with Undertale also having Asriel and his adoptive sibling team up for some sort of big plan. Nah.
That's a 1. It would be disappointing, really bad, confusing.
I think it would be disappointing more than confusing for me. So I'm going to put disappointing, but I have put a 1. Catty Knight. This is the first I've heard of Catty Knight.
Yeah, same. Ram says Chris played with the girl age. Okay, so it's the same one, and it's just changing Noelle for Catty and getting rid of the antlers. Could be Catty with how the timeline and ages line up. They're good friends. Catty has a character icon, and she is introduced as early as Chapter 1. It's pretty much the exact same wording as the Noelle one, but they just changed the last couple of sentences.
Yeah, no. Catty does have a character icon though, so she is going to be important. But she's not the knight.
Bad and confusing, I think. Okay. Interesting title for the next one.
Yeah.
Shadow projection.
I'll take it.
Yep.
Shadow projection knight. The knight is a shadow projection of Chris in some sort of way. The shadow men have very similar design to the knight, and their light world objects are literally the shadows of the figures by the window in the Dreamer house. Toby could have made them just the figures, but he deliberately made it the shadows. A lot of the poses that the knight do are actually just Chris poses. This explains the general connection Chris has with the knight, and also the Chapter 4 ending. The knight knows what Chris is currently doing at the end of Chapter 4 because the phone calls when Chris is about to jump out of the window. When Tanner says the knight appeared, Tanner is shown as a regular TV smiling, which is what we see at the very end of chapter 2 when Chris made the fountain. That was supposed to be when the knight appeared. No.
Interesting. It feels like a way to revert back to Chris Knight. It feels like a have your cake and eat it too for the Chris Knighters.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting. I think there's interesting stuff in there. Yeah, no.
Yeah. What did you think about Chris Knight? I know you didn't really get into the theories until chapter 3 and 4. Did you have any idea about Chris Knight going into chapter 3?
Loosely, and I mean I was one of the people that was like, oh, they created the Dark Fountain, case closed.
Yeah. That was maybe the strongest compelling evidence that people had. Yeah, I didn't like it just because I thought it would be too obvious. I thought it was a bit too easy. I thought that was like a bit of a red herring that Chris would create the fountain and therefore be the knight. I thought that was a bit early to be revealed. So that's kind of my main reason why I didn't think it was true. But
yeah,
it was a fine theory. There's lots of good evidence for it. I just personally didn't think it was time to reveal that. But then I also didn't have on my bingo card that the knight would show up in chapter 3 at all. I didn't think we would even be seeing it until chapter 6 or so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, I really had no idea. But
I do like some of what this is saying about it being a reflection, like.
Yeah.
But again,
it's kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah, that could just as easily be, again, like go back to Des, like them being close, them.
Yeah.
Like Chris
I
learning
do
all
think,
those moves from her. Maybe.
Like when I say that the knight is like not a physical person, and is like a manifestation of like people's thoughts and fears, I can see that being like a reflection kind of angle. This isn't explaining my theory at all, but I can. That would be a good way to explain it. Like the knight reflects how people feel about it.
Yeah.
That's a good way of putting it. But yeah, I don't think any of this is going to be canon because the shadows never speak. Like they don't. They play the trombone. Like how what would. Yeah, what would be a reveal in that? You know what? That's just people wanting it to be smarter and cleverer than it actually is. It's not going to be. It's not going to be that smart or clever. It's going to be very.
And like traditionally in media, like I mean, maybe Scott Pilgrim aside-ish, the shadow mirror version of a character is usually kind of evil.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ, maybe that's why Scott Pilgrim got on with his evil version.
Yeah, because he already was the evil version.
Yeah.
If anything, he was the reflection and the other guy was the good guy. So yeah. I'm going to give this a 1.
I'm going to say,
and I'm going to say
4, personally.
Oh, really? Fair enough. I would say it'd be really bad and confusing. It just makes no sense to me. Like, why shadows? You know, what has that got to do with anything?
So I'm gonna bump it down to a 3 because I talked myself down with 2 because I talked myself down with the shadow versions are usually the evil counterparts, and these two are clearly working together.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is Knife
Knight. The Knight is a darkener of Des's knife that has taken Des's soul. The Knight seems related to Des, but there are knife-related elements about her too. The Knight seems to be more of a darkener than a lightener because it is Des's soul. It could go to the light world and have determination and make a fountain. They look similar to the Shadow Men. The knife looks to be made out of the same material as the Knight's body. They even turn into a knife for battle attacks. The boss theme is literally called Black Knife. Interesting.
But like, what would be the difference between it being Des and being Death's knife? Does it not mean the same thing? Also, it knows Chris. Like, well enough to, like, mimic Chris's actions and... You know, Chris, like, fucking gets knighted by it and, like, coughs when you don't take any damage from the fight. It just...
Honestly, if anything... Like, if the knight is a Darkner, I would say that's Chris's knife. That's what Chris's knife's Darkner form is.
Well, if it's a knife that has taken Dess's soul, doesn't that just make it Des in a different body?
Yeah.
Like, why would that... Why would it...
It's Des
Why
with
would
extra
it
steps.
being the knife... Yeah, why would it being the knife be relevant at that point? So yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
so. Just make it Des. If you're gonna make it Des knife, make it Des.
It's just Des with extra steps.
Yeah, I think it would just be confusing. Chris knife. This is just Chris with extra steps.
No, this one's different. This is what I was just saying. Like, this could be... If the knight is just pure Darkner, this could just be what Chris's knife manifests itself as in the Dark World. But then that presupposes it's not in any way related to Des, which we're sort of hovering around being the most likely candidate.
Also...
Oh, okay, it mentions Des's soul again. Fucking hell.
Yeah, but also, the knight makes a dark world while Chris and Susie are in a dark world. In chapter 4. While they're in the first sanctuary, the knight is creating the third sanctuary. And Chris has their knife on them the whole time, because they give it to Susie to make the second fountain.
And they make
so there's
more
no
fountains
way...
with the to make the fucking Titan.
Well, yeah. I mean, Chris is there at that point, so that's not really relevant.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Knife,
okay. Oh, right.
Like, Chris and the knife are always together. So if the knight is the knife, then the knight can only ever be where Chris is, because it can't be elsewhere because it's the knife.
Yeah.
So the fact that it's in the light world making a fountain while Chris and Susie are in the dark world means that it can't be Chris's knife, because Chris always has their knife on them.
Yeah. Anyway. Unless the Darkner of Chris's knife has taken Des's soul, Knight seems related to Des, but there are knife-related elements about blah, blah, blah. Okay, so it's just changing the first word, a couple of words from Des to Chris. Dropping that to a 2, and then it'll be bad and confusing.
Mm-hmm.
What's next?
Time traveling Chris Knight.
Okay.
This theory says the Knight is a version of Chris that failed to save their world. This Chris has travelled through time to get to this timeline. Some think Chris was created by Gaster but got corrupted by them. The 3 hero roles in the prophecy are vague and can fit multiple characters. It shows that the current story we're seeing is not the original. Gerson even compares Susie to the dragon from his own stories, which were based on the prophecy. The dragon is someone who's important to the story but not a part of the hero's party, which also shows what the prophecy originally was. The reason why the Knight made the fountain at the end of chapter 4 was to see if the heroes have the ability to save the world now, with Susie on the team in this timeline. Video, but I'm not going to watch it. I'm just going to open it to watch later, maybe. Oh, this video is called How Chris is Still the Knight, Deltarune Theory. In the top comment, 90% of Deltarune theorists quit right before Chris is confirmed as the Knight.
Beautiful.
I don't think Chris is the Knight. I don't think Chris was the Knight. I don't think Chris will be the Knight. I don't think Chris has anything to do with like that theory.
We don't need to bring time travel into it at the 11th hour.
No, I know that they're working, or at least appear to be working alongside the Knight. That's fine. I can be on board with that. I don't think that the Knight is Chris from the past, or Chris from the future. taking us back to the past. I just don't think that makes any sense. I'm going to say that would be really bad and confusing.
It's a trope I like, I will admit, but I don't think it's necessary here.
I would be so upset if it's fucking time travel.
Yeah. I feel like you need other time travel elements or for it to be an already wacky out there story. Like
you need for time travel to have already been mentioned. You can't suddenly have it be time travel. Like,
yeah.
if time travel had been a plot point in the game already, if the story had already spoken about time travel in like a significant, meaningful way, then yeah, I can understand that being a cool twist. But just time travel for just, like you say, at the 11th hour, that's just pointless, because it's like, well, that's like, it's all a dream, you know? Like, what are the stakes?
Why bother at that point?
Why bother? You know, you can't just it would be such a pointless mystery, because it's like, well, what was the point of piecing everything together then if it was explained by time travel right at the end, but there were no clues that it could have been time travel? Yeah, I would hate that.
Yeah.
The knight is just their own character. Yes, here we go. Something the knight had. Oh, sorry. Are you done?
No, I was just going to say, go ahead.
What did you rate yours as? Because I rated it as 1, and then it would be really bad confusing.
I put it. No, I'm gonna drop it down to 1. It would be really bad confusing though. Yeah.
I hate it, but you know, if you don't hate it, then don't. You know. Anyway, it's fine.
I taught myself round to it with the like. You can't just do this at the 11th hour.
Yeah. You gotta foreshadow that shit.
Yeah.
Right, so yeah, the knight is just their own character. Some think the knight has too many supernatural powers to be a Lightner or any character we know. We see that they shapeshift and contort themselves, which would break any Lightner body. Yeah. We see them do impossible things not even Chris and Susie can do in the Dark Worlds. Yeah. It would then make more sense for the knight to just be the knight. Yes, it would be good, preferable. Yeah, I said this earlier, I'd never agreed with a theory more. This is exactly how I feel. I just think the way that it opens up its ribcage and screams, there's nothing physical about that. There's nothing about that says to me, this is a person... Because Chris and Susie had never shown that they can do anything like that. They can't contort themselves in that way. So if it's a Lightner, then, you know,
they're fucked.
Can't do that. And it can't be a Darkner, I don't think, because Queen says this power of determination, is this not a power that every Lightner possesses? The reason that she steals Noelle is because she wants to make Noelle into her own knight, because she knows that the knight is a Lightner, came from the light world. That's why she kidnaps Noelle, because she wants a new peon to do what the knight hasn't done.
Yeah.
And Queen might be wrong, but I think that is explaining to us, you know, what the role of the knight is and where they come from. I think that was a clue for us as players, that we're meant to be looking at the light world when we're looking at who the knight is. And I think that's the fact that pretty much all of these entries on this list have been Lightner characters and not Darkners. I don't think the knight is a Darkner at all. I think that they may be, you know, if they are anybody physical, they were or are a Lightner. But I do think that they are just their own thing. And yeah, that's everything I have to say about that.
Okay. Next up. Oh, is there a knight candidate you feel's forgotten about? Optional.
No, because... No, not personally.
Rate the character morality of the knight. Something the knight is brainwashed by someone like Gaster, or they have a sympathetic motivation for what they're doing. Others think that because they're kidnapping people for sacrifice, they got to have something more sinister going on. Again, we don't know that. We just heard the word sacrifice. Like that sentence could have easily been, we have to stop the sacrifice.
Yeah.
Just as easy as it could have been, we have to sacrifice Undyne.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to put this at a flat 5 because there's not enough information. We just genuinely don't know enough yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I just don't think that we don't even really know what the knight is trying to do, except maybe start the roaring. But the fact that they always wait until the trios show up to do anything like that is not just lucky timing, right? The knight was waiting for them to appear so that it could start the fight with the Titan.
Yeah.
The knight is testing them. For what purpose, it is unclear. But the knight is not just evil for evil's sake, but nor is it doing things that we have been told would be the good and right things to do. So yeah, 5, straight down the middle, because we just don't know.
Yeah.
It's been seen to do both bad and good.
It's a shame they don't let us comment on this one. Because I feel like, there's some interesting points we could make about where we view the morality.
Yeah.
About why these are 5s.
This is okay.
Fountain creation summaries. Noelle. In chapter 2, when Queen is talking about Lightners making fountain, she uses Chris, Susie, and Noelle in that exact order. This order can also be found if you name yourself or the vessel after any 3 of them. Gaster will refer to them as very wonderful, which he doesn't do with the other Lightner names he reacts to. That is so far the exact order for who we've seen make a fountain on screen. Noelle should then be next. Interesting.
Oh, so this is who's gonna make the fountain in chapter 5. Okay.
Yeah.
I was a bit confused as to what this was. All right.
The Knight. The Knight and Chris seem to have planned all the Dark Worlds. To have made the most sense if the Knight just made the fountain again. I mean, Occam's Razor probably.
Yeah.
But I do like the idea of Noelle making one at some point because of Chris. At the end of chapter 4, we see Chris jump out of a window for an unknown reason as of now, but for what? Next Dark World is heavily hinted at being Asgore's very own flower shop, and so far every Dark World location not by Chris is made by somewhere where there is a closet. Castletown is a closet, Car Kingdom is next to Castletown, Subworld has a closet, and the church has a closet. Shows how the knight has to move around without being seen by Hometown. Also shows that since the flower shop has no large closet, then someone else has to make... It also has a giant exit at the back, though.
Yeah.
Has to make the Dark World Chris would fit neatly, and could be what they'll be doing at the end of chapter 4. Either against or most likely for the knight. Others think Chris could make the fountain on the spot, similar to what Susie and Chris did in chapter 4. Chris is one of the few characters who are confirmed to know how to make a fountain.
Yeah.
Asgore. Next Dark World is heavily hinted at being Asgore's very own flower shop. There are the 7 clouded flowers referencing the 7 human souls. Asgore gets his prophecy panel. It says the flower man trapped in an asylum, with Asgore looking like his Undertale self and holding a flower. This heavily focused put on him, people think he will make the fountain for the flower shop as well. Asgore is somewhat involved in the Hometown conspiracy, and some think he'd know enough to be able to make a fountain. There's an Asgore scene where you can find it in Noelle's house. Talks about a plan wanting to make things the way they used to be. He mentions the Black Shard, which is so far an item one can only get from defeating the knight. And finally, Susie. We see that Susie really likes to go on these adventures and such. Even after the intense events of chapter 4, she goes to a monologue about this. She says she wants to keep being friends. She wants tomorrow to be the same as yesterday. She wants them to go back to the way things were before. We've seen her make a fountain. She could easily make another one.
I don't think Susie's going to make the fountain.
No questions here. I thought this would be like a how likely do you think this is? Oh, never mind. Who will make... Who will make them main chapter 5 Dark World theories? So where are you leaning with these?
Well, I don't necessarily think that. Okay. No, I don't think it's Noelle, because thematically, I don't think she has any reason to make a Dark World in Asgore's
Not in
flower
the
shop.
flower shop,
Assuming,
but I did see an
assuming
I did see an animation once where it was like them at the festival where like Noelle's found out everything was real, and Rudy kind of keels over and she's like, she makes a dark fountain to save him. That could be like an ending for chapter 5.
Yeah, could be.
So I can see her doing one at some point, but not like the main chapter 5.
That's what I was going to say. So where it says Chris, Susie, and Noelle in that exact order, so far that is the exact order for who we've seen make a fountain on screen. Noelle should then be next. That doesn't imply that somebody else can't make a fountain before that we don't see. It just says that the next time that we see a fountain being made, it should be Noelle. So that's why I think that it won't be Noelle in terms of who makes the overall flower shop Dark World, but I do think that it's possible that, like you say, she makes it because of something that happens with either Rudy or finding something out or whatever. Yeah. So yeah, I do think it's possible that she makes the fountain next on screen, but I don't think that it's possible. I don't think she's going to make the next fountain that we visit. I think it's most likely out of all of these to be the Knight.
Yep.
Or
agree.
possibly Chris. But it kind of is implied that Chris jumps out the window to go and hang out with, to go and join Susie, right? Because Susie is standing outside in the rain. So I don't think like Chris and Susie are like gonna make the fountain in the flower shop. There's no reason to do so. Like, we don't have they don't have any evidence yet. We only know that it's Asgore because of all the prophecy stuff and that we've seen, like all the theorizing that we have done. But like Chris and Susie aren't aware of any of that, really. They don't really know what's going to happen next. So I don't think that they have any reason to make a fountain in the flower shop.
Yeah.
Asgore, I don't think it would be, because I don't think Asgore knows how to do it.
As far as we've been shown, he doesn't.
I think that if he did know, he would be more actively involved in making them, because he would be, if we're right and he is searching for Des, then that would be where if it was me and I was in his situation and I knew how to make a fountain, I would be searching in fountains. I would be making fountains, and the fact that he hasn't done that kind of implies to me that he doesn't know how to make them, or even that they exist. So I think that our candidates really, if you break all of that down, Chris and Susie are together, Asgore probably doesn't know, Noelle has no reason to, it's the Knight. That's how I feel. But could be wrong, and I'll be interested in where that goes. Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and mark that as 10. I'm gonna put Noelle as an 8 because I do like that theory. I'm gonna put Chris and Susie as both as 3, and I'm gonna put Asgore as 1.
I've got my rankings at 5 for Noelle because while I think that could happen, I don't think it's going to be the central one of chapter 5, which I feel like this is what this is about, 9 for the Knight because I'm not 100%. 4 for Chris, 1 for Asgore, 2 for Susie.
Yeah. I'm just going to write in the box because it says any thoughts on these. I don't think Noelle will make the main fountain in chapter 5, but I agree there is compelling evidence that she will be the one that we see, the next one we see to make a fountain.
Yeah.
I could type in found tin. Just absolute bullshit typing. Is there someone you feel... Is there somebody that you forgot to ask for consent?
There's only who's forgotten about in this question, and why? I don't think so.
No. Carol, maybe?
Carol, maybe. It would be cool to see her use a katana to create a fountain. If nothing else. But I don't see it because I'm on board with your view of her. Okay, roaring causa summaries. Noelle. Noelle has it pretty rough. She lost her sister, her dad is pretty sick, and her mother is rather harsh from the short glimpse we saw. She's commented on how the Dark Worlds are just better compared to the Light World. Queen has been talking about Noelle making Neo-Dark fountains, and it's the only time that's ever mentioned. He's really sick, and a lot of people think he'll die, and that this will be the final straw that makes her finally go over the edge because of her issues. This will then lead to her causing the roaring. Noelle has also been given set up for having connections to the Angel. Prophecy talks about the ceiling of Angel's heaven. This could be referring to all the mess that Noelle has created. Some think the final prophecy has some sort of connection to Noelle, and this would only tie it together more.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of angel imagery when it comes to Noelle.
Yeah.
I don't know how much of that is like a red herring though. Like, it's possible that it's one of those things where both are true, where she is both like thematically tied to the angel, but like not literally the angel, where the angel is like the player.
Yeah.
I also remember in Undertale that the angel was like a two. It could go either way, you know, angel of death or an angel of like savior, where the prophecy was just that the underground, somebody would arrive from the surface and the underground would go empty, and obviously that implies that you could either kill everybody or save everybody and help them to leave. I think there is a similar setup happening kind of here, with where we are being led to believe that the angel is like a literal force of like somebody who is, you know, much higher up in the device chain than the Lightners are, so the player or Gaster or whoever, but also within the narrative of the game. I keep calling it a show. The narrative of the game, like, it's possible that Noelle like fulfills an angelic role in the story. So yeah, I can see her. I can see Rudy's death pushing her into causing the roaring, but I don't necessarily think she knows how. She would need to learn how. So there would need to be a significant moment where we see her like killing everyone. Hang on a sec. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Yeah, okay. Oh, hang on, Ollie.
Yep.
Hey, I'm back.
Yep.
So yeah, I think that there is definitely like there's definitely a world in which like she is told by Susie, like if you can kind of imagine the scene, right, where you've got like Rudy lying dead, Noelle crying and being like, I just can't believe it, I wish that there was something that I could do, and then Susie remembering Gerson and being like, well, let me sayeth, it's very possible that you could do something. Wouldn't you want to do something if you could? And she's like, absolutely. And then Susie's like, well, you had amazing healing magic when we were, when we saw you in the... I can just see that playing out in that way. And then Susie, like, not understanding or not realizing that Noelle is like so upset that she, like, maybe stabs multiple times or does whatever it is that causes. We don't even really know what exactly causes the roaring or what the roaring is.
Yeah, true.
We're kind of led to believe that it's if you make a dark fountain within a dark world. But then the knight does that in chapter 4, and we just... Obviously it's awful because we get the Titan, but like that's all we get. It's not the roaring. So what actually causes the roaring is the question. So yeah, I can see it being Noelle, but I don't think Noelle knows how.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah, that was a long rant, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I think as well, something we haven't really seen is all the fountains so far have been contained in a building.
Yeah.
Or a room.
Yeah.
If this were to happen at the festival, if Rudy were to keel over at the festival and Noelle were to do this outside... I think it would be the hospital.
Yeah,
well,
could
I don't
be
know,
outside.
because Rudy said he wanted to be at the festival to support Noelle. So if this were to happen outside, maybe this being outside, like a dark fountain with no walls to contain it, just spreads and spreads, and that's the roaring.
I'm just trying to figure out when he says he's going to the festival.
I think you read that in some of his dialogue earlier.
Oh, yes, okay. You going to the festival tomorrow? Oh no, Susie says it. Me? Yeah, I guess, if I have to. No, well, she's not going with anyone. Huh? Wow, what the heck? No way. Never expect that from her. Wow, total left field. Yeah, he doesn't mention that he's going.
Oh, I thought he did, okay.
Oh, no, he does. Sorry, I'm completely wrong. Right at the very beginning. That's right, festival tomorrow. Told Noelle I'd go support her. Okay, so he is planning on going to the festival.
The pieces are there, potentially.
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
notice that. That's good. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, that's Noelle. The Knight / Chris. So far, we've been shown the Knight made multiple Dark Worlds. We've also seen the Knight made a temporary roaring in Chapter 4. We don't know that. All we've seen is they made a Titan. That would cause the roaring if nothing was done about it. Oh, okay. They'd very much be able to do it again. Chris works with the Knight, so they could also maybe do it instead. Yeah, that's... It's the easiest one, but it's the least interesting to me. Especially when I'm so compelled by the Noelle theory. No one. Something that roaring is some sort of fake out and no one's actually going to make the roaring. Also wouldn't fully escalate the story by just doing the roaring again. In Chapter 4, the Knight almost causes the roaring and the Fun Gang ends up fighting a Titan. If the Knight wanted the roaring to happen, they would have made it happen by now. Also wouldn't fully escalate the story by just doing the roaring again.
You said that twice. I don't agree with this. I think that we haven't seen the roaring. I think that the roaring has to happen because at this point it is a smoking gun.
Yeah.
Not a smoking gun. What is the term I'm looking for?
Chekhov's gun.
Chekhov's gun. Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
It's been mentioned so many times.
Yeah. A single Titan does not the roaring make.
Yeah. So yeah, I disagree that it will be no one. I think the roaring is definitely going to happen.
Yeah.
I actually think potentially it's going to happen at the end of Chapter 5.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Chapter 6 will be fixing that and restoring that, and then Chapter 7, kind of as Corley was saying earlier, which we didn't really get a clarification on, but I'll ask him later, was almost like not a victory lap, but like a resolution, you know, where we still get a Dark World, we still get all this cool stuff. It's like that's where the prophecy kind of, you know, that's where the ending happens. It's where we figure everything out, so we get all the answers.
Yeah.
But I don't think that there's any world in which the roaring doesn't actually happen. I think I would be very disappointed if the roaring didn't happen, because I really want to see it, and I think that when you tease Apocalypse, you kind of have to do it.
Yeah.
Just so we need to know what the stakes are. We need to see how bad it is so that we can, you know, root for the heroes to fix it.
It's a smoking Chekhov.
That's right. That famous smoker, Chekhov.
Yeah. Okay, Susie. The opening choir in The Dark Truth includes Susie's leitmotif. A short melodic phrase followed by a pause, then repeat that. The first two include the same big interval jump in both songs, but it has to be included there for a reason, like some sort of connection to the prophecy's end. Queen talks about Neo Dark Fountains, and Susie has the word Neo in the file name of her theme, along with the file for a short edited version of her theme. Motivation, we see that Susie really likes to go on these adventures and such. Even after the intense events of Chapter 4, she goes on... Yeah, we read this bit already. She wants them to go back to the way things were before. Well, we've seen her make a fountain. She might make more because of this character drama, and this could tip the scale.
I don't think Susie would make the roaring on purpose, though.
No. I don't think anyone necessarily would.
Yeah. But I also don't think that, like, it's possible to make it by accident. The roaring to me feels like a thing that you do with intent. Therefore, I do believe it will probably be the knight, because the knight has done the most of them so far and has been the closest to actually doing it. Like, there's them waiting around for the trio to potentially fix it doesn't mean that they don't want it to happen. It just means that they are trying to give the heroes a way to solve it. I don't know why they would do that, but that is kind of what I'm getting from their actions. So the fact that the knight has actually tried to start the roaring already is kind of telling me that the knight is probably going to succeed. I think of all of these ones, outside of the knight, Noelle is probably my second favourite.
Mm-hmm.
The only way I can see Susie doing it is if she figures out that we are controlling Chris and that she has been basically lied to the whole game. But I also love Susie, and I really don't want her to hate me in real life. That's so dumb. I shouldn't have even said it, but that is how I feel. Like, I like her so much that I don't want her to hate me. So I just kind of feel like I'm hoping that there is a way that we explain it to her that isn't just like, by the way, Chris is being manipulated against their will by a higher being, and she's like, well, fuck that guy. And I'm just sat here crying because Susie hates me. I hope that doesn't happen. So, yeah, I think of everybody, surprisingly, because I wouldn't actually have said that before today, but yeah, looking at all of this that we've got, I think it's either the Noelle or the knight. Yeah. And I'd never have said Noelle, but I actually really like Noelle.
It's crazy, right? It's
crazy,
I really
but
like
it just
kind of
theory.
Works.
Yeah, so I'm going to give her an 8. I'm going to give him a 10, and I'm going to give no one a 1, because I don't think that's possible. But I'm going to give Susie a 6, and Chris a 4. I know that was kind of all over the place. Sorry, that's just like how
it's fine.
Process that.
You make a good point about the knight waiting. So I wonder if the point of the Roaring Knight is testing the heroes, making sure they have the tools to stop the roaring. Like, they're being at they're positioning themselves as an antagonistic force so that Susie know how to take down a Titan, how to undo the roaring. So I'm putting them at a 7.
Chapter 4
Noelle at a 9.
Chapter 4 was a warning shot.
Chris, I've got it at a 4. No one at a 1, because I agree you can't just set it up and not do it. And Susie at a 4 as well. Any notable thoughts on any of these? Oh boy, how long have you got?
So many thoughts, but I'm not going to mention any of them. Did we forget anybody? Birdley.
Birdley? Birdley? You don't have to keep repeating his name, Chris.
Noelle, I will create a beautiful fountain for you. My Birdley voice is literally just Homestar Runner. The heart of a champion. Little water. I was a forgettable little boober. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, no one was forgotten about. What was your top knight candidate in the Chapter 2 days?
Sorry. I had a lot of thoughts and I wanted to share them.
What did you write?
I feel like Noelle will cause the roaring by accident in trying to save a dying Rudy. perhaps caused by the fountain being created outside at the festival, a first for the series. All other fountains have been contained by walls. An outdoor fountain could spread infinitely, causing the roaring. The knight may be positioning themselves as an antagonist, so the heroes have the tools to undo Noelle's actions.
That's a really good reading. And that actually... That you might have just solved it.
Oh god, I hope so. I'm so excited for next Wednesday.
That feels really accurate. Like, yes, I can totally see that happening. Right, top knight candidate in the chat for 2 days. Ranked them from those you haven't heard of, those you didn't like, those you thought made sense, and then of course your favourites.
I didn't care personally. My least favourite character was I didn't care.
Yeah. I just ticked NA for that one, like the first column, and also I wasn't there, because I definitely was. I already know what my favourite knight was, but we'll get to it.
In the chapter 2 days, I don't think I really thought about deaths back then.
Neither did I. I don't think anybody really did. I don't think anybody had it in their head that maybe there was a couple, but I certainly didn't think it was strong enough to I'm gonna say didn't like. I don't know if I didn't consider it or not, but I didn't like the idea. Chris, I didn't like.
Yeah.
Carol, never considered or heard of. Like, I just didn't.
Yeah.
Obviously, we didn't know her name then, but Maya being the knight definitely was a theory at the time. People did think about it.
Fuck off.
What?
The one after Carol.
Oberon Smog?
Yeah.
It's crazy that was like that actually happened, but like not in the same way. I don't think anybody really thought that Oberon was going to be the knight.
Yeah.
None of us really thought that he would even appear. So, Alvin again, no. Vessel considered. I considered that the Vessel might be the knight. Gaster,
I don't remember.
Gaster, I didn't. Azriel, I definitely didn't. Papyrus, I never even considered that it could be Papyrus, so I'll put that in not considered. Multi-Knight team up, I definitely considered that. Not my top pick, but I definitely considered it. Multi-Knight Fountain Maker equals the Knight. Yes, this was one of my top picks. Was that like the idea that anybody who makes a fountain is the Knight? Because we didn't see it, so we didn't know like what that really meant. All we had was what the people described it as, right? Chris, Susie, and Noelle Knight. I'm gonna say like that is the specific, like those three are the Knight, which I'm gonna say I didn't like. My top pick was Seven Knights Theory by Kami Boy G. Really good video if you haven't watched it.
I'm not familiar.
Basically, he laid out that every chapter there would be a different knight.
Oh, okay, maybe I did know that. And
that the knight would always be specific to that, like the reason why they were the knight was like, you know, the story of the chapter, basically.
Yeah.
Like, basically, like there was a theory that Noelle would start a dark fountain at the hospital because of Rudy. You know, there was maybe the town hall with Mayor, with the mayor. Asgore with the flower shop. So there was all this stuff that like the knight is everybody in the light world, and every chapter will be a different knight, and that's the one that I believed the strongest in. I also would say new character because I didn't know who they were, but candidate I mentioned here. I mean, that's pretty much everybody.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say I didn't consider that. But yeah, it was either going to be somebody new, like we didn't know yet, or it was going to be like one of the Seven Knights, which also kind of means multi-knight. Fountain maker equals knight. It's kind of the same thing. It's like anybody who makes a fountain is the knight just because they made the fountain. Kind of what that theory was saying. If I remember rightly, it's been a few years now, but that's kind of how I remember it.
Okay.
Next. I don't know how to know how many pages left that there are. Are you still good to go, or are you tired?
I'm getting there. Why did it send me back to this page again? Why? I missed something? It's not saying I missed anything. Weird.
It happened to me on the first page. It's just sent me back up to the top, and then when I hit next,
Yeah.
it
Worked again. Yeah, I'm through.
It worked.
Enough of that long category. That was the longest one, so the rest won't be as long. Anyway, Closet Night came back in the chapter 2 days, only had one direction. Now it's actually a whole branch of smaller theories. Let's get into the closet together.
Wait. Oh, it's taken me back to the top as well. Sorry, I thought I was on a different section, but I wasn't. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I'm with you now.
Okay.
That's actually a bunch of small theories. Okay, hiding closet night. There are 2 closets you can find by 2 dark worlds after the fountains are sealed. They say a large person could easily fit inside for both, and people think the knight is hiding in there, trying not to be seen before everyone is gone. Noelle and Birdley seem to have entered the dark world while the phantom was made in chapter 2 because they were sitting. I mean, yeah, that's basically confirmed, right? Because when you go back to the church, chapter 4, Chris doesn't open the closet.
Yeah.
Like, specifically doesn't. Well,
Finds
it's been
a
a while
knob
since
and
I've been
does
like
nothing else.
10, not, you know, like 10, it would be good, preferable, or like, not, I'll say not surprised. I don't necessarily need it to be true. So.
I don't want to just say other, like this feels functionally confirmed.
Yeah. I'll read the next one as well.
Yep.
Hiding Closet Night, only chapter 4. Some people think the Closet Night has too many holes in chapter 2 and that it's only true in chapter 4, with the text also referencing the fandom theory. Noelle and Birdley never sat down to study. Chris and Susie are in the middle of the big room in chapter 4 when leaving the dark world, and they are also by the table like Noelle and Birdley in chapter 2. In chapter 3, Susie enters the dark world by the sofa. Susie meets Noelle right where they enter, so Noelle must have entered the same way. They are also not in the Queen's recording. Timeline-wise, it has too much happening too close. What the knight is doing in chapter 4 in the closet is waiting for the fun gang to leave. Possibly by also trying to kidnap Alvin. No, I think that it was in the closet, because otherwise why draw attention to the fact that a large person could fit inside in chapter 2?
Oh, right.
Like, it's drawing attention to the fact the fact that it says that in chapter 2 is why when it comes back around again in chapter 4, you understand and you put that together what that means. If you just take it at chapter 4 and you look at that closet, Chris not opening it it's suspicious, but it's not like, oh, it's because of the night suspicious. Yeah. It's suspicious because of chapter 2 when it tells you a large person could fit inside. That's when you put it together in chapter 4. Oh shit, that means that the knight's probably in there. So I think that the fact that chapter 2 mentions it is like in order to foreshadow it happening in chapter 4. So yeah, I think it happens in both.
Yeah.
That's just kind of how I feel.
It frankly doesn't make sense for it not to.
Yeah.
I think it would be disappointing if it wasn't the case.
Yeah. Well, I think it would be confusing, but yeah, totally disappointing, yeah.
Yeah, confusing. I think that's fair.
I'll just read all these out for the rest of the page. I want to conserve, because I've got quite a lot of energy still, so I don't want to make you too. Teleportation closet night. The night would have been spotted by now. Spooted. So some think regular closet night doesn't work at all now. Okay. The closet text in C3 and C4 actually has the meaning that the night can teleport. Every Dark World location not by Chris is made somewhere where there is a closet. Castletown is a closet. Kingdom, Castletown, Saboteur. It shows how Death / the Night is able to move around without being seen by Hometown, plus it gives an explanation for why Chris had to make the Chapter 3 Dark Fountain for the Night plan. Because the Night wasn't able to. They have to teleport in really dark spots. The Night has supernatural powers, so this falls in line with that. This is similar to the closets that allow you to teleport in Chapter 1 and 2, which will be setting up how the knight travels. The only time the knight is running around in Hometown is when kidnapping lightners who can't teleport. Then there's the copy-paste, but I won't read that out. So it's saying that it has to be in a closet.
Interesting. But I feel like it's saying it can only teleport in total darkness. I feel like a room that's full of like all the computer stuff would not be total darkness. There's little lights on that. I mean, that's nitpicking, but I.
No, you're right though. And also, wouldn't this mean that it couldn't travel in the light world when it kidnaps Undyne?
Yeah.
Would that not? Does that not contradict it? I mean, it says the only time the knight is running around in Hometown is when kidnapping lightners who can't teleport. But like, that doesn't explain how it can move around. I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. I'm going to say that is a 2, and it will be really bad, confusing. I just think people want it to be too complicated. I think people just want it to be smart, and it's going to be smart, but it's not going to be like impossible to solve before.
Yeah.
Right, next one. I'll read it again. Rate Mayor Money Tunnels.
That's a great character name.
Mayor Money. Oh, Mayor Money.
No. Hey, I'm Mayor Money Tunnels. The full thing.
Oh, that's good too. The knight has tunnels to move around Hometown to not be seen and also move around faster. The dark worlds by the knight are made in public buildings. The public buildings would all have entrances to the shelter in case of emergencies. The closets with the closest text would be where they lead. Tunnels underground is functionally teleportation, hence why I'm putting it here. It's not, but okay.
If the bunker was that easy to get into, why did the knight presumably take Undyne the long way?
Yeah.
When they could have just as easily ducked into the church or the school or anywhere.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's a really good, like, I'm going to write that in the other section.
I think I am as well.
Okay, and last one. Oh, when you're ready.
Yep.
Chapter 4, Closet Dialogue is fandom reference. Some think Closet Knight is related. Everything Closet Knight related is dumb, and it's just a fandom joke for people to freak out over. Toby has done this before. Pluie, the Mikes, Toy Story 5 tweet, Chair tweets with Temmie. So like the large person can fit inside, but what would it be a reference to?
I don't know. I don't believe in a world where the answer is simply Toby is trolling us. The end.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, when it comes to chapter 4, it seems like it's actually happened. So I could imagine it being a silly joke in chapter 2, but then we have it referenced again. So it's like, you know, it's chapter 2 is actually foreshadowing, not, you know,
not making fun of the community like it was Stephen Moffat and Mark Gatiss and Sherlock.
True. Yeah,
it's adding credence to the theory, not mocking the people who believe in it.
Yeah, it'd be disappointing. I've put that at 2, and I've said it will be disappointing.
I put it at 1. Okay. I think that'd be terrible. I think like
Done a lot of 1s, and I feel pretty bad.
Yeah, I haven't, so I'm okay.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Are you on the next page?
Yep. Caller theories.
Yeah. The phone caller in chapter 4 with a lot of mystery surrounding them, whoever may that be. These theories have been named to make sure our stats and your ratings will look right regardless of who you think the knight is. Okay.
The caller is Carol. I feel like we've been over that already, loosely.
Yeah.
We see Chris talking with someone on the phone about the night plan. It seems to be Carol with how she appears at Noelle's house after this person is told to hurry up on the phone call. We also see Carol talking to Chris before they leave as if they have a strong bond. Carol also seems really interested in the player with all the hearts around the holiday house and the red U text. In the weird route ending, the phone is actually up by Chris's ear, which it isn't in the normal route. That's why we get normal text boxes instead of weird staticky and missing words, because Chris can hear it normally. Not everyone thinks this, but something in the weird route is closer to Carol's plan. That's why she only tells Chris to not forget about the plan in the normal route. Some think she's also the knight, while some think she's the caller, but not the knight.
I don't know. I don't know who the caller is, but I don't think it's Carol in the normal route.
It's
obviously her in the weird route.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it as a 2. I'm also gonna say I would not care or mind, because it could be anyone, and I don't really mind who it is. I just would like to know. Like, I wouldn't hate that it's Carol. I just don't think it's Carol. So I'm just gonna say I would not care. But it is a 2 for me. I'll take the next one.
Yep.
The staticky caller is not Carol. At the end of the weird route in chapter 4, we get a completely different ending where Carol calls you instead, but there is no staticky voice from the phone. It shows that they are different. Carol seems to be set up as a red herring for the staticky caller. Even though she comes home after the last phone call, what the phone call actually is Chris telling the knight to go make the fountain. The static matches more with the aesthetics of the knight as well. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think it's Carol. I don't think it's I don't know who it is, but it's not Carol. So I'm going to go with an 8, and I'm going to say not surprised.
How about you? I put it at 9, and it would be good / preferable, because I'd prefer that to Carol, because especially because of like how your reading has kind of made me revisit her character.
Yeah. What did you put for the last one? That it is Carol.
I put a 2 and then other. Nothing in which basically just went into the next one. Nothing in the call necessarily indicates the caller is hurrying to the holiday home. They could just as easily be hurrying to the church to make the next dark fountain.
Mm-hmm.
Which, yeah, it is exactly it was basically what the next theory said.
That's fair. Okay, I'll do the last one. The staticky caller was both Carol and somebody else, the knight. Some think that the phone calls Chris had for multiple people on separate occasions or even a group chat. It would explain multiple events a lot easier and explain everyone just being aware of what's going on. No weird coincidences needed. It being group, I guess, would make it easier for the audience to follow along with if brought up again. Yeah, I generally agree with this. I don't think it necessarily would be just one person on the phone. Again, I don't think that other person is Carol. I do think that one of the people is the knight. But yeah, I think it's multiple people. I'm gonna put this at an 8, but I'm gonna put in other.
Yeah.
I can't put an other.
What the hell?
Oh well. In that case, it goes
not
to 3.
Surprised. It
and
goes
not
to
surprised.
3.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna put in other, like, because I think it was the knight, but I just don't think it's Carol. So it's a 3 because I'm forced to make a choice about Carol.
Yeah, I'll put it at a 5. I can't believe they forgot the box there.
Yeah, that's alright.
Yeah. Conspiracy theories. These are theories about the planning all the different characters are doing, who's doing what with who and such. Let's find out. It's important to know what alliances there are. Which characters are in which parties? It's unclear which of these characters are in which parties, and if those are in the same party, those in the same party are actually two very similar parties. For this question, I've sorted it into Fun Gang, Night Gang, and Hometown Conspiracy Gang. If you feel like someone could be a part of multiple of these, even if you're super unsure, then you could add unsure to what you just picked out. Okay, this is interesting.
I'm going to move my microphone so that my audio is slightly less good, but I want to be able to read all of these.
Okay.
Right, so what have we got here? So we've got Fun Gang, Working with the Night, Working with Carol, No Allegiance, and Unsure. Or I'll say, I'll just come back to the middle because I'm ADHD, sorry. Let's go from the top. So Des, I think Des would be either Working with the Night. I mean, I don't think they are, but I'm going to say Unsure.
Yeah, because it's hard to say where exactly she falls into it.
Yeah. Chris is
Okay.
obviously Fun Gang,
No, but also Working with the Night?
but also Working with the Night. Yeah.
Carol.
Working with Carol.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think she's working with the Night. I think Asgore has no allegiance.
I think he'd be aligned with the Fun Gang if he... yeah. Alvin.
I'll take Fun Gang and no allegiance.
I think I'm inclined to do the same. Alvin.
I don't
No
think he
allegiance,
has
I'd
any.
say.
Mhm.
Susie, just plain Fun Gang. Rousey, obviously working with the Fun Gang, I mean.
The Nerd Gang. I also am going to put on Shaw for Elsie because I know that there's more going on.
Yeah, that's fair. Noelle, Fun Gang, and No Allegiance, I'd say.
Yeah, she's definitely searching for secrets, but she's looking on her own for herself.
Yeah.
Rudy, I'm just going to go straight up and say no allegiance.
Yeah.
I don't think Rudy's anything more than what we're seeing. Again,
Asriel.
Asriel,
No Allegiance.
no allegiance.
He's not part of this.
That feels good to write that. Toriel, I think, is probably Fun Gang aligned,
Yeah.
but has no allegiance. So
Yeah.
I'm going to tick both for her.
No way would she be working with Carol. She does not like her.
No. Undyne.
Working with Carol and unaligned, I'd say.
Do you think so?
I mean, she's the chief of police under the mayor. Like that's why I'm going with aligned with Carol.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, we are viewing this from a lens of.
I like Undyne and I don't like Carol.
Well, I mean,
So I don't want them to be aligned. Sorry,
Yeah.
go on.
I was going to say more like we're viewing this from a lens of Undyne, not Undyne. Sorry, Carol isn't necessarily a big player. She's important because she's Noelle's mother, and I
Yeah.
think she's a red herring.
Yeah. And Gaster.
Uncertain,
No allegiance.
no allegiance.
Slash
No,
unsure.
I'm just putting unsure. Is there someone you feel was forgotten about in this question, and why?
Totally.
I was going to say Birdley. Lancer. I'm going to say... I'm probably going to put nothing, but also, like, you put Carol in when Carol's allegiance is one of the options. Why not put the knight in? Actually, yeah, why not put the knight in? Because a lot of people think the knight's working for Carol.
Yeah. Yeah, I typed the knight, no allegiance. Oh, working with the knight.
Carol is the real mastermind of the conspiracy. There's a big conspiracy going. Most people think Carol, Chris, and the Knight could be working together for something. Some think that while the Knight is running around making the fountains, it was really Carol who was the mastermind behind most of the plot. Carol even has a conspiracy board for all the planning. Carol has a lot of power over the town. She's the mayor and even seems to want Chris and Noel together for some malicious reason. She might want to fulfill the prophecy in her own way. I'm putting that at a 2, maybe 3. Where are you landing on it?
I put a 1, and then I put other. I don't think Carol is the villain she's been made out to be. I think she is a grieving mother holding too tightly / strictly to Noel. I believe Carol to be a red herring villain. The Knight is not the mastermind. The Knight is working on behalf of the mastermind. Well, actually, hang on. Let me think about this. Because if it's true that the Knight is not a person and is in fact a manifestation of feeling, they possibly could be the mastermind because they aren't being controlled by anybody. They are just doing what they are to do.
Yeah, they're just a force of nature.
So it's not like a mastermind thing. It's like a force of nature kind of thing. I do not believe there is a mastermind.
I'm not sure there's necessarily a mastermind, yeah. But yeah, I'm not sure there's necessarily a mastermind as such. Okay, Chris. Okay, there's a bit more with this one. Some might think they're the mastermind, but it's actually Chris. Lots of people think Des was the Knight even though she was being set up as a lost girl, like with findher.ogg. That's because it wasn't referring to the plot of Deltarune, but events that have already happened. Chris trying to find Des. Des couldn't have gotten out themselves from the bunker. Chris is the one in the triple truces in Chapter 2 who's a part in all the parties. Chris is the one pulling the strings of the plot by being in all of these. And Chris is the main character after all. All the endings so far all focus on how Chris moves the trajectory of the plot. This can still apply without Carol in on the Knight plan. Okay, you've kind of talked me around a little bit.
Well, Chris is always around because, yeah, we're how the world is. We see the world through Chris's eyes. So,
yeah.
It makes sense that we would be at the scene with most of the crimes. I don't necessarily think that means that Chris is guilty or implicated, though. I think it just means that Chris is always there. I mean, Chris is working with the Knight. We've kind of got. But then the Knight knights Chris, which implies that the Knight is above Chris in ranking order. I'm going to give this a 3, and I'm going to say basically that. The Knight knights Chris. Agreement conspiracy. There is no mastermind in the conspiracy, and everyone has agreed on the planning without anyone having an ulterior motive. The phone calls is a fine example of this. Chris follows along with what the staticky caller tells them, and they will also hurry up when Chris tells them to. Toby might be setting up Gaster or Friend as the antagonist instead, even any of the conspiracy members without them being the mastermind. Yeah, sure. I mean, it's either Gaster or friend
Yeah.
for me. If there is a mastermind, I don't think it's the knight. I don't think it's anybody on the phone. This theory bringing up Gaster and friend at the end is like confusing to me because it's like they aren't part of the phone call, so it's like why mention them, you know? Because now I feel like I have to rank it based on if I agree that Gaster or friend are the antagonist, but that's not what it's asking. It's asking if people are on the phone are all in on it together, and I do kind of agree with that. But I don't think any of them are masterminds. I just think that they are just all in on it together. So I'm not sure how to rate this one. I'm just going to go with 5 and maybe just clarify in other. I've done a lot of writing this one.
Yeah, same. God.
Should we stop this here?
Yeah, we can do. I don't know how many more pages there are at this point.
Yeah, it's hard to know.
It's a shame Google Forms just don't give you an idea. I feel like I need to finish this out at least on my own time, just so my responses can get out there, because I've written some stuff I'm pleased with.
I definitely will. I don't think that I don't think it's gonna. We're both getting tired, and we're not wanting to just like describe stuff or like explain stuff that much anymore.
Yeah.
So I just kind of feel like it would be better to maybe just go through it on my own and think about it all. But I mean, if you want to pause it and do it another day, but I don't know if we've got another day to do it.
I don't
between
know
now
that we.
and Deltarune.
I don't think we do really, and
Okay.
even then, I don't know if the form will save our responses that we've written. So I'm kind of just like gonna, I think, probably brute force the rest tonight, and we'll see. Or leave my computer on overnight and brute force it tomorrow. We'll see.
Okie dokie.
This has been fun.
It really has. I've had a great time discussing all of this stuff. Yeah, it's just good to have like an idea of where our heads are at before chapter 5 arrives. I don't necessarily need to do the whole thing right now. It's just nice to have like a moment in time where we can like definitively say, this is how I felt about the game at this point, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably will keep going, but I don't necessarily need to do that on camera or on voice, because talking it out is slower than just thinking about it. And I'm getting tired.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
And we've got stuff to do tomorrow. We've got souls to save or whatever.
Yeah.
I think we both need our voices for that.
Yeah, true.
Right, that is it from us today. I'm back on Wednesday with Parry. We are getting more into the DLC case of Ace Attorney 6.
Cool.
Yeah, we're basically done with the game. It's just the DLC case now. Yeah. Thank you, everyone who came by, for coming by. Thank you for the new follows and the resubs. And thank you, Eila, for leading me onto this and doing this with me. It's been a hell of an evening.
It's been fun. It's been a night.
Yeah. See you all next time. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.